human confrontation. I've made a phobia. It makes my essence something. Someone takes me, take control. I may not far from rocking. I am the one alone. I may not far behind line. It made them turn away. I want to know why you watch out. I made them turn to cripple. Why you watch out. When I would know. Will now backbite. Why time would let me die to control. I feel nothing but lack of space. I've ripped my mind, but lack of space. I feel no one. Why you turn back? I may not live. My freedom can't contain, but tell me the pain I liberate. Riff hostility to anyone has made us so much hate. I made them turn for hate, but tell me the pain and suffering. I made them turn for hate, but tell me the pain and suffering. I
big bucks.
That's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But I know I'm gonna change that tune when I'm back on top in June. I said that's life. And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on a dream, but I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, and I know one thing. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick up myself and get back in the race. That's life. I tell ya, I can't deny it. I thought of quitting, baby, but my heart just ain't gonna buy it. And if I didn't think it was worth one single try, I'd jump right on a big bird and then I'd fly. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, and I know one thing. Each time I find myself laying flat on my face, I just pick myself up and get back into the race. That's life. That's life. And I can't deny it. Many times I thought of cutting out, but my heart won't buy it. But if there's nothing shaking come this here July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice Wednesday, doing well the usual. Hello, chat room. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you had a nice Tuesday night. The usual, bog dog. What is this? Party hat. Brappy Shartner Fannyversary. Pooters. Why is everyone dropping pooters? Why is everyone dropping pooters all of a sudden? I just got in. Let's relax. What's up, Chakras? What's up, Vulcan Nerd? Oh shit, is that the Time Wizard? Ya boy Big Smoke. That is the Time Wizard. And guess what? You can drive the Reds out of television, radio, and Hollywood. And Time Wizard will tell you how. And Time Wizard will tell you how to drive them out. Hope you guys are having a good morning. Is Time Wizard a cop? You know, I've never really thought about that. What about the new Time Wizard? The brand new Time Wizard. Hold on, what's his name? He's like the Wizard of Time, Time Wizard or something like that is his name. The new one is a cop. Time Wizard of Tomorrow. Yeah, that is cop. Time Wizard of Tomorrow. I don't like the sound of that. I've already saved this image, so I feel like this is already this conversation's already happened, but we can go back. Look at this. Oh, sorry. I chopped off half the card. Like, compare the two. Time Wizard of Tomorrow? I mean, there's something off here. I mean, I guess he has the same outfit, but he's shiny, huh? He looks like that capitalist peanut. Are you talking about that capitalist peanut? Which peanut are we talking about? Mr. Peanut? Are we talking about the guy, Mr. Peanut? The guy with the top hat, that little sicko with his monocle. And look, they're trying to make him hot. Look at this. I'm outraged. This guy, look. They're trying to yassify the bourgeois peanut. The hell is going on here? Look at those shoes. the slight the slight like tip, the slight tip of the hat, the top hat, stands like you. Yeah, but I'm tall. This is a peanut, and he's rich. This is the Tucker Carlson green M&M rant. That's not true. Let me do a comparison. Didn't he die and come back? No. No way Mr. Peanut is doing the second coming of Jesus. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Wait, I just searched Mr. Peanut on YouTube and the first option is death. Wait, what? Oh my god, he died. Look.
I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, look out! Abandonment! We're too heavy. Matt, let go. No, you let go. Hey, Mr. Peanut, no, you don't. Don't do it, Mr. Peanut. No! Maybe he'll be all right. Maybe not.
He's dead! Now you have to see his rebirth? Wait, they've... What? Hold on. I'm getting overwhelmed by all this lore drop. Hold on. Here, quick. Look at this. I got this saved. Look at this guy. Did you guys see my PM? My Prime Minister Carney? He said, check this out. He said, Nihongo okay. Check this out real fast.
It is my great pleasure to return to Tokyo. It's an honor to return for these meetings. The first bilateral visit by a Canadian Prime Minister to Japan in 10 years. Kyo wa Takeichi Sore Daichi. I'm not finished yet. Sore Daichin.
Look, they love him. Look at Nihongo Jozu. Nihongo Jozu. Now, come on. That was the most Jozu shit I've seen in my life. Hold on. I didn't even hear what he said.
Kyo wa Takeichi in 10 years. Kyo wa Takeichi Sore Daichi.
Takaichi Sore.
I'm not finished yet. Sore Daichin.
Sore Daichin.
I'd say. Orishiku.
Yoroshiku. Omoimasu.
Nika kanke ga masu.
This actually, I don't know why this is hard for me.
Masu choko naru kyoto o nagatte imasu. That's
Jozu.
As I said, gracious hospitality. Thank you, Sane. Prime Minister, as you know, there's a Japanese proverb that articulates the opportunity ahead of us in these difficult times globally.
Nihongo okay.
Fute ji kata naru. After the rain.
Dude, this is so embarrassing to me. This is actually so embarrassing to me. This reminds me of when I was learning Japanese, man. This is not something I should be seeing from my PM. I mean, I'm not mad that he did this, but like, oh my god, this is Nihongo Jozu at its finest.
After the rain,
You claim him? I never said that.
Adversity.
I'm not
strength
claiming
and
a
builds it.
banker.
So today, we are taking our first steps on firmer ground together. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Oh my god. I mean, would he be a Canadian PM if he wasn't a little cringe? That's true. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. That is kind of like our PM's thing. Like, it's like you go around the globe. It's kind of like Zelensky doing unmarked side quests, like him with Reza Pahlavi, right? It's kind of like the Canadian PM does the marked side quest, but nothing more, nothing less. He could have pulled his eyelids back and not an accent like Trump did. Yes, that's true. That is true. In fact, do you know what's incredible about this? This is from March 6th. So look, Carney already set the bar with like a little bit of Nihongo, okay, you know. But Trump 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 just is like, what about Pearl Harbor? You know, it was a harbor once, you know, boats come in, boats come out. That's not what you did, though. That's not what you did. What happened to Blackface Trudeau? I'm not kidding when I say this. He was so unpopular, he disintegrated from public life, and then he started dating Katy Perry. Did someone say black? Yeah, I said black. We're talking about Trudeau. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna look up Mr. Peanut Rebirth real quick.
Mr. Peanut, he spent his life bringing people together.
Wait, Mr. Clean and the Kool-Aid Man are at the funeral? This is a full house.
I know he'd be happy that we are all together now.
Yeah. Poor Kool-Aid Man.
What is happening?
What is that? Is that a baby nut?
Just kidding. I'm back.
Was this before or after Baby Yoda? Someone tell me right now. Before or after Baby Yoda? This is very important. After. Okay, that makes this even worse. I didn't know there was so much lore for the bourgeois peanut. I had no idea. Why is there this like continued series of lore that they impart into the commercial sphere, right? Like, let me give you an example. We have the peanut that we just looked at here, but like all commercials have tried to do things like this, right? Has he always reincarnated since the dawn of time? No, he was 1916 to 2020. He was just there. Which is crazy, because like then that means Mr. Peanut saw the rise and fall of the USSR and saw the beginnings of the fall of American empire. I mean, that's crazy, right? That's bonkers. It allows audiences to get invested with the products they consume, encouraging them to buy more. But hear me out. Is this Mr. Peanut has got to have opinions. Yes. You know he has opinions. You know, but he's from 1916. So if he's from 1916 and he's got opinions, it's going to be some shit like, I don't know. You give somebody like $5 an hour and he's like, "What's that? Some kind of Bolshevik scheme or something? What the hell is that? One of them democratic socialisms." What was he saying during the civil rights movement? Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, I'm gonna just say it. Mr. Peanut's silence on this during the civil rights movement, I mean, it's deafening. I expected more. Let's move over here. It's literally the least surprising thing of all time. I mean, yeah, but like why do we have to that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Mr. Peanut was all about states' rights. He's given me the vibe, TBH. Do you think he developed empathy in the Great Depression? No. The streamer's dry. I am dry. Hello. I forgot what I was even going to talk about. Oh, I was going to talk about, I wanted to watch the Tucker Carlson Green M&M video, but I got distracted by Carney speaking Nihongo. Well, I saw some Jozu, if I do say so myself. Just to see.
The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule. The other big change is that the brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing
with my
and
hair?
totally
No,
androgynous.
it's just
until the moment
dry.
you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal. When you're totally turned off,
Wait, he's just complaining about the length of the heel? This dude is such a diva. Like, it's literally just like, I've never heard a dude complain about something like that in my life. Oh, the heels are not long enough. What? Much less for the green, the
achieved
M&M.
equity. They've won. The orange
Miserable
M&M
non-binary
will, quote,
candy is all we
acknowledge
deserve.
and embrace his anxiety. And actually, if you look at him, the orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he liked the sound.
He's anxious over the shoes? No dude, if the only time a dude is making a face like this over someone else's shoes is like, I don't know. I sat outside all day for the lottery and I didn't get the shoe I wanted, you know? That's what this energy carries to me. Oh, I was too late for the lottery, you know? That's it. Miserable non-binary candy. No one sits outside anymore. Him talking about when you're totally turned off implies up until this point he was turned on. That's a good point. The shoe lottery. Yeah, what is it called? This is not a joke. It's, what is it called? I'm saying it incorrectly. The raffles, yes, the raffles. The classic StockX raffles. They use bots now. Oh, maybe I'm too old for this, huh?
Finally tonight, we don't usually give story tips to NPR, but here's a story they might want to cover pretty soon and doubtless will.
Yeah, for limited edition.
M&M's, the candy company, has just announced that it's redesigning its cartoon characters to be more gender inclusive.
Let's create a world where everyone feels they belong. One for all and all for fun.
Bet you didn't think M&Ms were pushing intolerance, but they were. They've been changed. You're seeing the changes right now on your screen. The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Why the change? Well, according to M&M's, quote, we all win when we see more women in leading roles, because leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule.
You know what's sad? If I wore these sexy boots, every dude would be like, why are you wearing that? You don't need that. You don't need that. You're too tall already. What's the deal, Tucker?
The other big change is that the brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing.
It is crazy because, like, looking back at this, you wouldn't even think that this was the most, yeah, he was the most popular phase on, like, Fox News at the time. It really is a reminder, isn't it? All right. You guys ready for the nerd shit? You guys ready for the nerd shit? Knowing the difference between stilettos and block heels and calling one objectively less sexy. I know. Even the fact that he knows the difference. I'm like, what's going on here? What's going on here, Tucker? You know too much. So we're continuing today with the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kotsky, right? I have a little bit more to show you guys after. That's true. The Soviets dare not become state organizations. So I'm going to give you a little bit of lore here, right? You have almost certainly heard the word Soviet and used in a political capacity, right? Soviets, just so you understand, just as a brief summary, Soviets are like local worker councils, basically. And how Soviet democracy was a function. Like Soviet literally in Russian means council, right? So it, like literally you could just say the councils, right? They were wide scale worker councils at this point, but they begin to kind of like pop up after the 1905 revolution. So understand that Soviets are essentially a political council structure that is used to like kind of include peasants and workers and everyone from a very small village level to the top, right? Is the idea of the Soviets. Essentially, this was like a approach on democracy of like, because this is coming out of the Tsarist Russia, which it did have a slight parliamentary, it had the Duma, right? And we can talk about the Duma more later. But the Duma, just to think of it, is kind of like a parliamentary system, right? A parliamentary Congress that convenes. The Soviets are the local level kind of version of that. And as they grow in power and in prominence, they essentially become equal to the like the Duma at the time, basically. This is kind of undercutting a lot of history that is relevant for this, but it's a lot more of discussing the specifics behind how the Duma got to that spot. Just to summarize, the 1905 revolution happens. It is effectively a bourgeois revolution where it's very small scale reforms with the intention of maintaining bourgeois power, right? And that's kind of like the Duma's face of it. It's kind of it is the moderated compromise between the bourgeois and the Tsar at the time. And this ends up leading to the Tsar effectively just letting it exist as an entity without any real power. There's no power that ties the Tsar to the Duma. Which is the failure of the 1905 revolution, that they got these liberal reforms, but there really was nothing like that would change out of it, right? they got a Duma, right? They got a Congress that convenes, but they never had an actual like democratic input. It was still all through the Tsar. The Tsar was the first and last word on it, basically, right? Um, but it wasn't directly democratic with everybody voting on everything. Yes, it was. If you're talking about the Duma, yes, the Duma was more like a. Think of how American democracy functions with like the Congress. You vote for your guys, and then they do this stuff on a federal level for you. That's basically how the Duma worked, right? Soviets were a lot more integrated in the local communities and the local regions. In fact, it's born out of the fact that the empire is, or the Soviets are born out of the willingness for the average peasant or worker to engage in democracy, right? So what they wanted was like, say, a Soviet of like a very local government is essentially what they wanted. And so they would build these out of the remains of the 1905 revolution. By the time Lenin is writing this, the Soviets have become such a massive instrument in the state's power, and kind of Lenin does a bit of a shock to even his own party members when the Soviets become the dominating structure for democracy in the region. And this isn't to say that there were Soviets that were integrated in this kind of whole system, but there were a lot of Soviets that were just like kind of isolated and disconnected from the rest, right? They were like more of an autonomous, your village just put it together sort of thing, right? So by then, Lenin actually becomes quite unfavorable or does not like the Soviets as much. Again, it's a bit of a simplification, but he is essentially trying at this point to build the dictatorship of the proletariat out of the Soviet system, right? Out of this council system. So essentially, what I'm saying is the Soviets are councils, local worker councils that try to implement their, a will of the people for themselves. They're not as widespread. Some regions have them, some regions don't. Some regions have a lot of them for like factories, right? For work. Some only have them for government purposes, right? So on. But this is kind of the time when Lenin's trying to assimilate everything into the party structure, right? Through implementing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Happy anniversary of being a fucking dweeb. Thanks. So Soviets class consciousness. The Soviets themselves are literally like worker councils, right? But they could stand for like a form of class consciousness, right? This is a little tied into Russian history. You got to remember, they're coming out of serfdom at this point. In fact, it's only recently at this time, I think literally 10 years ago before this, they institute the law that allows peasants to leave their dwellings without permission from the landowners. Just so you understand where we're at, right? What did you need to create a Soviet? It was just essentially the class consciousness to understand that, you're in charge of your own shit. You have to look after yourselves. Or sometimes it's not even about like the Soviet themselves, right? Like the thing about Soviets is because Russia was in such a post-serfdom period, they had a lot of issues with local to federal administration. A lot of these Soviets that people wanted, they did not necessarily want a federal government, right? They do not necessarily want a federal government to look after them in the ways that they want. They actually want a direct involvement in the democracy through their local councils, right? It's a little bit of a weird thing to talk about today because this is like so beyond us, right? But a Soviet could just be essentially awareness through your class consciousness, right? That allowed you to prioritize your community, right? Think of it as the first step to build your local community as like a class conscious unit. This is not to say that this led directly into class consciousness, though, because there were regions that maybe due to oppression in the past or like a sort of like depending on your circumstances or your country's circumstances, you would have like a different perspective of what the Soviet should give you, right? For a lot of Russians, they just wanted the involvement in democracy, right? They wanted to have a participating like factor in everything, right? Um so it's weird to talk about because it's like it's so widely encompassing. But just as an example, Soviets could be councils for your local village, right? That could kind of function as like a municipal government, but it could also extend over to like all the factories in your village, right? Or all the factories in the region, right? It could be as widespread as that. It is essentially saying that we would give you the ability to like engage with democracy and engage with these things. Um, and those Soviets in those region would elect a Soviet for the region above it, right? Not necessarily at the start of it, but this is after this power source or this power like structure begins, that a Soviet, let's say for like one village, puts together a council, or puts together a council, and then they highlight a guy to go do the regional Soviet. And then each village in the region sends their own guy to do that, right? As like an ambassador, and then rinse repeat all the way up to the top, right? It is a very libertarian approach by today's standards, for sure. Um, both for both in good and bad ways, I would say. But just so you understand, like this is what he's talking about. When they refer to Soviets, usually lowercase Soviet, it is literally saying council, right? It's saying council or the like the group of elected individuals in this region for this Soviet, right? So now we can begin starting to talking about this. The Soviets are the Russian form of the proletarian dictatorship. If a Marxist theoretician writing a work on the dictatorship of the proletariat had really studied the subject and not merely repeated the petty bourgeois lamentations against dictatorship, as Kautsky did, singing to the Menshevik tunes. Pardon me. The Mensheviks were the... This is a little bit of a mindfuck, but essentially the Mensheviks are the more moderate forms of the Bolsheviks. Literally, Menshevik means the minority. Bolshevik means the majority. This makes no sense unless you think about it from class, essentially. But essentially think of them as like more social democrats willing to compromise and like meet in the middle through reformism. Not always, but like that is kind of the general kind of clash between like Lenin and the leader of the Mensheviks, Martov, right? He would first have given a general definition of dictatorship and then would have examined its peculiar national form, the Soviets. He would have given his critique of them as one of the forms of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It goes without saying that nothing serious could be expected from Kautsky after his liberalistic interpretation of Marx's teaching on dictatorship. But the manner in which he approached the question of what the Soviets are and the way that he dealt with this question is highly characteristic. The Soviets, he says, recalling their rise in 1905. Again, I want to remind you, this is not even due to the Bolsheviks themselves necessarily, but it's sort of a like ground up approach due to the fact that there was a bunch of major protests and strikes, lots of unpopularity with the Tsar. Further made worse by the fact that the Tsar enters a war against Japan to kind of revive his image, and then he gets fucking mollywopped. And I don't say that often. He got mollywopped, which is also a little bit of lore for you. The origins of Japanese influence in Korea and Manchuria. Not to say that they weren't aiming for it, but like these are like, it's considered one of the main factors as to why Japan gets their real, like a serious footing in the region. Created the most all-embracing form of proletarian organization, for it embraced all the wage workers. In 1905, there were only local bodies. In 1917, they became a local organization. So you can see this is kind of, it ties to what I'm saying of the Soviets were all locally like village made, where they're like, you know what, we're not feeling heard on a grand scale. We're going to make our own councils to make our own decisions, right? By 1917, there had been enough development that they had like grown so much that they were one of the competing like structures of like Congress, basically, to summarize it. The Soviet form of organization, Kautsky continues, already has a great and glorious history behind it, and it has still mightier a future before it, and not in Russia alone. It appears that everywhere the old methods of the economic and political struggle for the proletariat are inadequate. Again, this German expression is somewhat stronger than inadequate and somewhat weaker than impotent. Dude is giving us fucking German. He's teaching us German breakdown against this. He's what is like stronger than inadequate, weaker than impotent. I don't really know how you would word that in English. It's just like you. Wow, thank you. Against the gigantic economic and political forces which finance capital has at its disposal. These old methods cannot be discarded. They are still indispensable for normal times. But from time to time, tasks arise which they cannot cope with. Tasks that cannot be accomplished successfully only as a result of a combination of all the political and economic instruments of force of the working class, from page 32. Then follows a reasoning on the mass strike and on trade union bureaucracy, which is no less necessary than the trade unions being, quote, useless for the purpose of directing the mighty mass battles that are more and more becoming a sign of the times, end quote. Thus, Kautsky concludes, the Soviet form of organization is one of the most important phenomena of our time. It promises to acquire decisive importance in the great decisive battles between capital and labor, towards which we are marching. But are we entitled to demand more of the Soviets, the Bolsheviks, after the November Revolution? New style, or October, according to our style. Talking about the, this is like an issue with the old Russian calendar. Basically, if you ever see dates from this time, you will see one that is that has like essentially 2 different days listed, and it's because how they used to tell time through this calendar was a little archaic. And one of the major reforms of the Bolsheviks pretty early is to shift to the calendar system. Can't help but think about organizing and revolution in the US, Canada, and elsewhere in the West. Soviets seem very unsuitable. Not that I'm advocating infiltrating bourgeois governments. In the West, yes. I think like these don't really work. And in fact, they've been tried and they've been put down already. Both after and before the USSR forms. So it's not, it's a bit of an issue built out of the, Lenin discussed the militarization of bureaucracy, like how much they're willing to use the military to crush any sort of dissent domestically. And he highlights America for those reasons of like, essentially that they are their military is deeply tied into like maintaining the structure through all the money they poured into it and so on, right? So Soviets in this way aren't really I don't think they're going to be seen in the same way. And in fact, by now, they wouldn't really have that kind of power, right? Like Soviets in this time frame, you have to remember it's not all integrated, right? It could be like one landowner is in charge of effectively like a whole village, right? But then they'd never go there. They would only be in Moscow. They're only trying to collect their money, you know? Um, so like there was a lot more opportunity to like kind of do shit like this, right? But um for today, it wouldn't even really work. Even in like the least advanced nation, it probably would not be able to be as successful. It's a bit of its time, right? But are we entitled to demand more of the Soviets? Oh, sorry, I forgot I was telling about the calendar. The Bolsheviks, after the November Revolution, 1917, secured in conjunction with the left socialist revolutionaries a majority in the Russian Soviets of Workers' Deputies. And after the dispersion of the Constituent Assembly, they set out to transform the Soviets from a combat organization of one class, as they had been up until then, into a state organization. They destroyed with the democracy which the Russian people had won in the March, New Style, or February, our style, revolution. In line with this, the Bolsheviks have ceased to call themselves social democrats. They call themselves communists. Page 33, Kautsky's italics. So what they're referring to, what Kautsky is talking about here, when Lenin, I mean, this is, again, it's a little long-winded, but by 1916, a lot of the Bolsheviks had been exiled from Russia. And there became a kind of second wind for revolutionary momentum in the mid-1910s, mostly born out of the Great War, basically, right? World War I. And they promised to kind of deal away with it and be done with it, or be a fast war. We wouldn't have to think about it or anything like that. But obviously, like, it kept going and there wasn't any stop to it, right? Everyone was like, oh, this war will be very short-lived. We'll just go in, go out, and that'll be it. But obviously not the case. It was a gigantic stall fest. And it builds up a kind of revolutionary thinking that is more in line with, you know, leftists. Initially, there is a sort of socialist revolution, but it's more tied to agrarian land reform at most. There are labor reforms that are being pursued, but essentially they are more moderate socialists than the Bolsheviks. And yes, the double revolution. And then from there, Lenin ends up overthrowing this assembly when he returns to Russia, and essentially like creating a entirely Bolshevik structure and kind of weakening other parties on the left that are maybe more moderate to compromise. And that's not to say that they were unwilling to do coalitions, although, I mean, they were not willing to do coalitions, but they were more so, they were willing to do coalitions, but not ones where they were minor parties in it, right? And the nitpick or details as to why he does this is a little up in the air, and he is contradictory to himself as to why he does it. If I had to make a read, I like, just from what I know about history and of the revolution and what Lenin talks about, I think it's probably a little tied to the outcomes of the Paris Commune. Because again, we talked about this yesterday. The Paris Commune's failure was its inaction, right? It's lack of willingness to defend itself from other socialists that may be more willing to compromise and moderate in order to re-involve landowners and get more power back. Or, I mean, essentially socialists in name really only, right? And his attempt to seize power in this way is probably tied to the fact that the leading conclusions out of the Paris Commune were that the Paris Commune was not willing to like defend itself hard enough. So let's see what Lenin says to this. Those who are familiar with Russian Menshevik literature will at once see how slavishly Kautsky copies Martov. Martov is the leader of the Mensheviks. Axelrod, Stein, and co. Essentially more moderate socialist or Sotdems, essentially. Yes, slavishly, because Kautsky ridiculously distorts the facts in order to pander to Menshevik prejudices. Kautsky did not take the trouble, for instance, to ask his informants, Stein of Berlin or Axelrod of Stockholm, when the questions of changing the name of the Bolsheviks to communists and of the significance of the Soviets as state organizations were first raised. Had Kautsky made this simple inquiry, he would not have penned those ludicrous lines, for both these questions were raised by the Bolsheviks in April 1917, for example, in my theses of April 4th, 1917, i.e. long before the revolution of October 1917. And this is true. He comes back, like I said, not soon after the revolution begins, and he says, hey, our revolution's being co-opted. You're dumb as fuck. Don't keep doing this. And this is where he begins to sort of stage a position against these Soviets in more of essentially building a party structure of a vanguard structure is essentially it, right? The dissolution of the Constituent Assembly is essentially the other side. Just so you understand like how fucked up Russia is at this point, because there was an overthrow of the Tsar mid-war, like mid-World War I, there was a lot of like moving pieces that were very hard to get a grip on. And essentially there were two forms of democratic government functioning. There was the Constituent Assembly, which was like, think of kind of like the Duma, right? Like a Congress. And the Soviets, which were the local worker councils being like raised up, right? And as these things go on, it is essentially a balancing act between these two separate pieces of government working with each other, right? Even though there is no connection between the two, it's that like they both are just rising in power at the same time, and there is no structure at the center to like keep a hold on it or order it. But Kautsky's argument, which I've just quoted in full, represents the crux of the whole question of the Soviets. The crux is, should the Soviets aspire to become state organizations? In April 1917, the Bolsheviks put forward the slogan, all power to the Soviets. And at the Bolshevik Party Conference, held in the same month, they declared they were not satisfied with the bourgeois parliamentary republic, but demanded a workers' and peasants' republic of the Paris Commune or Soviet type, or should the Soviets not strive for this, refrain from taking power into their hands, refrain from becoming state organizations, and remain the combat organizations, quote, of one class, as Martov expressed it, embellishing by this innocent wish the fact that under Menshevik leadership, the Soviets were an instrument for the subjection of the workers to the bourgeoisie. Kautsky slavishly repeats Martov's words, picks out fragments of the theoretical controversy between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, and uncritically and senselessly transplants them to the general theoretical and general European field. The result is such a hodgepodge as to provoke Homeric laughter in every class-conscious Russian worker had he read these arguments of Kautsky's. What's today's lecture? We're talking about the Soviets dare not become state organizations. Essentially about essentially referring to the councils from top to bottom at this point, and their impact on democracy contrasting against the Constituent Assembly. Chad, is anyone else sad that Chainsaw Man is presumably completed? Don't be sad it's over. Be glad you were a part of it. When we explain what the question at issue is, every worker in Europe, barring a handful of inveterate social imperialists, will greet Kautsky with similar laughter. Kautsky has rendered Martov a backhanded service by developing his mistake into a glaring absurdity. Indeed, look at what Kautsky's argument amounts to. The Soviets embrace all wage workers. The old methods of economic and political struggle of the proletariat are inadequate against financial capital. The Soviets have a great role to play in the future, and not only in Russia. They will play a decisive role in great decisive battles between capital and labor in Europe. That is what Kautsky says. Excellent. But won't the decisive battles between capital and labor, end quote, decide which of the two classes will assume state power? Nothing of the kind. Heaven forbid. The Soviets, which embrace all the wage workers, must not become state organizations in the, quote, decisive, end quote, battles. But what is the state? The state is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by another. Thus, the oppressed class, the vanguard of all the working and exploited people in modern society, must strive towards the, quote, decisive battles between capital and labor, end quote, but must not touch the machine by means of which capital suppresses labor. It must not break up that machine. It must not make use of its all-embracing organization for suppressing the exploiters. Excellent, Mr. Kautsky. Magnificent. We recognize the class struggle in the same way as all liberals recognize it, i.e., without the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. This is where Kautsky's complete rupture, both with Marxism and socialism, becomes obvious. Actually, it is desertion to the camp of the bourgeoisie, who are prepared to concede everything except the transformation of the organizations of the class which they oppress into state organizations. Kautsky can no longer save his position of trying to reconcile everything and of getting away from all profound contradictions with mere phrases. Kautsky either rejects the assumption of state power by the working class altogether, or he concedes that the working class may take over the old bourgeois state machine. But he will by no means concede that it must break it up, smash it, and replace it by a new proletarian machine. Whatever way Kautsky's arguments are, quote, interpreted or, quote, explained, his rupture with Marxism and his desertion to the bourgeoisie are obvious. So I'm going to give you a bit of a fascinating analysis of this that is it is very relevant at this time, but it's less relevant today, but you do definitely still see it. There is a sort of weird energy that I think is kind of born out of how far off a lot of people view these sorts of revolutions. There was a movement at this time frame where there were a lot of socialists who understood the core root of what socialism should be and how socialism should be implemented, but they almost had a huge misunderstanding of how these things work when you are in power, right? So, like, let's say if you are a leftist advocating for a socialist revolution, and then you are advocating for, the oppression of the bourgeoisie to maintain their hegemony, right? When you get into power and you begin to implement these things that block the bourgeoisie from having all their power, a lot of people get blocked by that and begin to say, aren't you no different than the bourgeoisie before you? When this is a liberal perspective meshed into a class perspective, right? Like, this is essentially, it's removing the class structure of it all, right? And by advocating for a dictatorship of the proletariat, but then not wanting a actual dictatorship of the proletariat to play out in reality, you are not really advocating for socialism, you're advocating against the government, right? That is essentially what Kautsky's kind of doing here, right? There are a lot of things to consider for the more specifics of how these things are implemented on a state level. But again, this is kind of a common sleight of hand that Kautsky does do, kind of born out of the understanding class politics, but at the same time applying a liberal point of view to the structure of it, right? Yes, it's cosplay socialism, all the rhetoric, but no actual seizure of power. It's the optics. It's the revolutionary optics. That's what it is. So, what Lenin is saying is, right, socialism is built through revolution by, displacing the bourgeoisie, right? It's always said to be that way, right? Marxism is essentially the acknowledgement that society goes through phases and moves more and more through these phases of, stages of, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, as a very simplified description. It is acknowledging this and the class structure surrounding it, but when you get into power, you begin to separate that structure from it and begin to view it from, the liberal pure democracy trend or perspective. What's up, Ulf? Hey, this capitalism shit sucks. What if we did it nicer instead of doing away with it? It is kind of like that, yes. It is kind of like that, yes. And of course, like, the method these things are implemented in and how it's done is it's an entirely separate case. But Kautsky is arguing on the principle of it, right? The theoretical implementation of it. That's the problem that Lenin kind of points to early, right? If you've been reading along with us. The last page, I believe, or the last section of the pamphlet essentially says that it disentangles the theoretic, like, class structure of it and completely cuts away at it in order to address it from this side, right? To say, like, we understand what the dictatorship of the proletariat is, all right? We understand it. Clearly, Kautsky understands it, but he's not understanding how it works with reality, right? How do these things get put into reality on the ground, right? Back in the Communist Manifesto, describing what sort of state the victorious working class needs, Marx wrote, quote, "The state, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class." Now, we have a man who claims still to be a Marxist coming forward and declaring that the proletariat, fully organized and waging the, quote, "decisive battles against capitalism, must not transform its class organization into a state organization." Here, Kautsky has betrayed that superstitious belief in the state, which in Germany, as Engels wrote in 1891, quote, "has been carried over into the general thinking of the bourgeoisie and even of many workers," end quote. Workers fight. Our Philistine agrees to this, in parentheses, as every bourgeois agrees, since the workers are fighting all the time, or fighting all the same. And the only thing to do is to devise means of blunting the edge of their sword. Fight, but don't dare win. Don't destroy the state machine of the bourgeoisie. Don't replace the bourgeois, quote, "state organization" by the proletarian, quote, "state organization." In the 1970s, there was the state derivation debate in Germany, which centered on whether the state serves capitalism in general or primarily the largest capitalist. The debate split Marxism there into Leninist and anti-Leninist currents. I mean, that's not just in Germany, though. That's like every single, like, I mean, you can basically do a split, like, I mean, literally, as he's writing this article, there is a split in the Leninist camp, which kind of begins to build a Western left calm perspective, right? There's a lot to break down from there, for sure. But I think it's a little, I mean, I'm not a leftist infighter. I do the history and I do the reading. That's my belief. I don't think that, I mean, even the state, I shouldn't even say the state like this, even the certain even the circumstances we are in today is not even comparable to 1910, much less like 1970. I summarize the third position in English. Lenin represents the state by treating it as a personal tool of whoever holds power and fails to grasp the specificity of the bourgeois state. He cannot see that it is not simply the state of the largest capitalists. Lenin misrepresents the state by treating it as a personal tool of, well, that's not Lenin though. That's not Lenin. You're actually not even disagreeing necessarily with Lenin. You are kind of engaging with you're kind of arguing against Marx and Engels, right? Like that's not necessarily Lenin's conclusion. Lenin's conclusion is the same as Marx and Engels coming out of the Paris Commune, right? It's not him that is the first thinker of this, right? It is the first time these implementations are done. Kautsky errs by seeing it as a neutral democratic mechanism. In reality, the state is not a property of any individual or class. It exists to steer the general conditions for capitalism. It enforces property rights, regulates competition, and maintains social hierarchies. And presenting abstract freedom and equality while structurally ensuring that capital and class relations endure. Democracy and law serve not as instruments of class domination by specific actors, but as mechanisms to reproduce the capitalist system as a whole. No, but again, you're not arguing against Lenin. You're arguing against Marx and Engels. You're not, this is not a Leninist perception, like a Leninist perspective, right? It is a Leninist perception, but this is like rooted in Engels and Marx out of the Paris Commune, right? That's kind of what we're talking about. Make an argument. What? I'm telling you that, okay, look, let me be very direct with you. First of all, did you come in here to argue about why Kautsky is correct from this document from 1914? Or sorry, from 1917, when Kautsky's argument is essentially, if we leave things the same, we will have our revolution. But we know that's not true. Look at today. Look at the whole structure of Western democracy today. We know Kautsky was wrong. We already know that. If you're arguing about the implementation of the state, then like, I mean, I don't really understand what you're even arguing then. What, like, you're arguing Kautsky's position on the state, or not even Kautsky's, but I guess you're like taking a bit from it, and you're applying it to a discussion and a reading around the Soviets dare not become state organizations. And your argument is around the state, the implementation of the state. No, I'm totally against Kautsky. Who is the reader you're for here? What's the theoretician you're quoting here? Because I will tell you one thing. There is a lot of theoretical implementations of how to view the state and the importance of state, right? There's no sort of like, there's no absolute in the state, right? The reason why I'm looking at Leninism and the state as it is interpreted by Lenin is because the only communist revolutions we've had that have been able to sustain themselves are their Leninist structures, right? So, I mean, I'm not against viewing the state another way. I would just say that you should try to, I need a real world example to do history from, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with the theoretical implementations of these things or the theoretical kind of approach. I'm explaining the movement of Leninism or Bolshevism at the time against Kautsky's Second International approach, right? So I don't necessarily understand what you're even kind of arguing about, much less what I'm supposed to make an argument about. Like, I'm aware that there are other movements and other aspirational, like, communist groups that want to do socialism in different ways. I mean, I'm aware of this. I mean, look, we can look from we can look at, say, the Italian Republic, the Italian Social Republic, not the Mussolini one. I'm talking about the Socialist Republic of Italy that was essentially just a small commune in a town. No, it's not about the idea of socialism. It's about the false analysis about the state from Lenin. I think you just wanted to tell me Lenin was wrong? Okay. Well, okay. Just say Lenin with the L capitalized so I get the cat emoji, please. And you can keep going. Aren't you that I just like I have, this is a new one. I just don't understand, like, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be normal about this. No, they're not a hog. They're not a hog. They're definitely a leftist. But like, again, like again, what we're talking about here is literally the theory surrounding the post Paris Commune. That's it. Yeah. No, they're just a Marxist. Yeah, they're just a Marxist of a different sect. Come on. Leftist infighting is in. Leftist infighting is in. Yeah, come on. Come on. What's a little rivalry between friends? I'll just say that again, this is the leading thought surrounding the state at the time, right? It is purely reflective of the Paris Commune and what was come out of it. Hence why the first two chapters that we went through is referring to the Paris Commune directly, right? That is essentially the route that he is pointing to here, right? I hate being kind to my fellow leftists. Let's get heated over the smallest disagreements. I mean, here's how I would put it. I am for all forms of socialist revolution, right? Well, that's not true. I shouldn't say it like that. I'm for Marxist implementations of revolutionary theory for the most part. However, I do need, if I'm unable to deal directly with theory, or there's a contrast to the theory, I'm not against it, but I would love to see the implementation of it, right? That's all I'm saying. I mostly deal with history. I'm just giving you the history. Because I deal with history, I lean as a Marxist-Leninist, because that is all the history we have for successful, long-standing ones, right? Whether we look at China or we look at, Vietnam. But even then, Vietnam is it is an outlier, right? If we look at the USSR, that's just where I'm coming from. Listen, I would enjoy leaving the who's European bearded guy was right discussion for when we managed to get hold of power, ain't it? I mean, what I'm still lost on is the part where you were supposed to make an argument. I mean, yeah, that was funny. I just like, yes, that like socialism is not a dogma, right? That is the key part of it. It is very unfortunate that a lot of these discussions do boil down to why are we not doing revolutionary dogma, right? At the end of the day, I thought this shit was about to be, you know, I am confused, as you explicitly said, Lenin's conception of the state is taken directly from Marx and Engels, and the guy that said that Lenin is wrong. No, like, okay, what this is in relation to, like what we're reading right now, the Proletarian Revolution, the Renegade Kautsky, this is after the USSR essentially forms and the Bolsheviks centralize power at that time, right? Around themselves. A lot of Lenin's points to these period, or a lot of Lenin's writings refer to the Paris Commune and Engels and Marx almost entirely, because a lot of what the revolutionary sentiment post Paris Commune is essentially lamenting that it did not go far enough, right? Like that is why the quote from Engels surrounding the that's why the quote surrounding Engels of, can we not like feel ashamed over the fact that our state did not do this, right? Marx didn't have a clear analysis about the state. That's the biggest problem. I mean, initially, yes, but Paris Commune after, no, that's incorrect. Like, again, it's all about the Paris Commune. We have to look at the Paris Commune for this. This is not necessarily rooted in the direct theory of it. It's rooted in the direct outcome of the implementation of theory to a real world event that was essentially crushed due to its inability to maintain itself. And then from there, socialists were just constantly lamenting that their state, their form of, you know, government did not defend itself, could not defend itself. And, you know, it was considered the greatest failure. Everything in the Brumaire and the stuff in the state analysis, I'm glad you said that, because we already know that a lot of the early stuff from Brumaire is a lot of his early beliefs that have changed as well. These are things that were changed out of, like, again, it is the beginning, right? It's the root of it. So, like, what we're doing now is, this is like kind of the difficulty I have with discussing the theory. Brumaire, as an example, is great on its own as a like reflection of, okay, you lost me. I'm sorry. You lost me. I'm out. Like, this is what I mean. You can't, Brumaire, like, we already know that's, like, a lot of the stuff from Brumaire that we already, like, look at today, we know that it's not the case, right? Like, and in fact, there's a reason why the manifesto is reformed and redone after the revolution for this reason, right? And Brumaire, I mean, like, especially if you're in America, especially, all your circumstances would almost make you kind of side-eye Brumaire, right? The classes are too weak to manage themselves, so the state put itself over the classes. No, man. You lost me. I'm sorry. Like, the situation that leads to the Brumaire is a lot different than the situation that leads directly to the redoing of the Communist Manifesto, right? And there's a reason why they do specifically indicate one or two things. Like, they only change one or two things from there, right? Like, this is a little frustrating for me to argue about, because essentially I'm trying to say to not rely on the dogma of it, but I'm doing this over Lenin from 100 years ago. We already know Lenin was not 100% correct on everything either, but like, we know that through the execution of these things. And that's why we need to be looking at history for these things. Can I put a link in chat? Yes, you can. Identifying, managing counter-revolutionary forces became a greater priority when it became clear how quickly those forces can disrupt a socialist structure in its infancy. Yes, and it's undeniably true, right? We've already seen it through, like, just more modern examples, right? Like, if we look at something like, say, Yugoslavia, right? Like, look at the circumstances of Yugoslavia clashing against, say, the USSR rising in the Civil War, right? We already know that essentially as soon as this revolution pops up, suddenly England, Germany, Germany to a less degree, America and Japan are immediately coming in to get some of the scraps. Let's see this. Rule based on the will of the ruled, freedom and property, equality. Introduction, nationalism. What does the state? Oh. Introduction, nationalism. The state, the political power is the real institution which organizes society, controls it, or if you will, keeps it running, and dictates to citizens on the general living conditions under which they have to get by. Nationalism, and actually the nation, is an ideology. Ooh, I don't really like that. Is an ideology, an image of the overall whole where the state and society are thought of as one. Where the individual thinks, I'm a member of here, and because I'm a member here, I am for it. So the nation is an ideology and nothing else. Nationalism is the partisan stance of being in favor of this order and its state, and committed to the hope that this order functions and this community prospers. Because as a member of it, one depends on it, so it is better to talk first about the state and then what about nationalism, because what kind of stance it is and what's so wrong about it. All right, you lost me a little bit here, but let's see what this says. A definition: the state is the political force of bourgeois society. This sounds like a simple declarative sentence. It is the political power of bourgeois society. The first part is, the state is a force. There's not much to prove here. What else would it be? The state itself says a monopoly on force is reserved for the state. The state is not only a force, but the only force. It is the only legitimate force in the society. It says so itself, so we don't need to repeat it that it governs by force. In what form? In the form that the political authorities in parliament makes political decisions, i.e. laws, and these are enforced in society. Yes, yes. In the form of the police and the judiciary, all of this is not in need of further proof. In a society where there's a police and justice system, where there are prisons, it is clear that order is based on force. It is a relation of rule when a community of people is organized by force. A power forces something on people that they themselves don't want. In other words, put the other way around, if state power only exists so that people do what they want, what they themselves want, they could save themselves the trouble of rule. Rule isn't needed nearly so that people do what they want. So in some way, rule demands something different from people than what they themselves want. So this is the relation of rule. If this means the force must be used so that people deal with each other peacefully. If the state protects the peace between people with force, law, and order, then this shows that it is quite a strange way of governing the interests of the citizens, because it assumes that people in their dealings with each other will automatically always be non-peaceful. However, to follow this would soon lead to the capitalist economy and was to keep away from this. Hold on. This relation of rule, if this means that force must be used so people deal with each other peacefully, if the state protects the peace between people with force, law, and order, then this shows that it is quite a strange way of governing the interests of the citizens, because it assumes that people in their dealings with each other will automatically always be non-peaceful. However, to follow this would soon lead to the capitalist economy, and we must keep away from this for the moment, because the subject is the state and not the economy. I'll go one more. The bourgeois state is a power, is a relationship of rule. That is the first point. The second point, and this is crucial and the bigger stumbling block, it is a relationship of rule based on the will of the subjects. This is a tricky thing. Yes, it can be said that things were simpler during the times of princes and imperial rulers. I wouldn't say that, but I get their point, at least in retrospect. Everyone knows there was a king who had power and he had forced living conditions on people who were not to the benefit of those people, but to him. He forced people into an order, and in this order, they had to provide him with the basis for his power and finance his courtly life. They were exploited. The king wielded power over people in order to exploit them for his benefit. That is clear. These people had to somehow put up with their king. In feudalism and slave-holding societies, it can't be said that the state power was based on the will of the subjects. Slaves were at the misery of the superior power of the slaveholders. If they attempted an uprising, they were massacred. Yes, that is true. All right, I guess this is their pop-off point here. However, the modern state is based on the will of the people. First, look at how the phenomena appears. If you ask the citizens in our society, they are for this state. When the government holds elections, 90% turnout, and it is only 90% because some of them don't show up. Otherwise, it would be nearly 100%. They opt for one or the other of the people's alternatives who promise to administer the state, including the left party. They also want to administer the state. Of course, everybody in these rival electoral organizations says, I want to administer the state better than the other parties. They want to administer the state, take it into their care, and shape it better than the others. Each promises this to the voters, and to the extent that the citizens agrees with this, they are really in favor of the state. Okay. Those who still remember can tell the young about the reaction in Germany to the attacks by the Red Army faction. This is from the 1970s, this is from the March on Peace era. Or the Long March period. I've referenced the one of the main speakers from this before. In this case, armed attacks against state institutions and representatives were taken by the citizens as attacks on them. In this society, propaganda of the deed doesn't have any success. It only works when people think they are oppressed and exploited, and where they only obey because they don't think anything can be done against the state power. If they don't think they can defend themselves against the state and someone comes along and says, I'll shoot a representative and then it will die, they say, oh, if it's that easy, we'll join you. But in this society, that's not the case. In this society, if a politician is shot, there's demonstration of 1 million people, and all the well-behaved citizens say, that bullet was aimed at me, not at the rule which oppresses me. This fact must be faced before it is criticized. I don't really like this train of thought. I'm a little more of a, how do I say this? I subscribe to the Gramscian school. Yes, I subscribe to the Gramscian school a little too much to buy this. This feels like a theoretical reading contrasting against like the actual implementation of it. Who wrote this? Karl Held. Where are we? He wrote a critique on Lenin too. I'd love to see this one on Lenin. I'm curious. But in this society, that's not the case. In this society, if a politician is shot, there's a demonstration of 1 million people, and all the well-behaved citizens say that bullet was aimed at me, not at the ruler which oppresses me. This does not read real to me. Right? Like, this is like, well, I'll tell you right now, this is not applicable to Canada, is what I'll definitely say, or America. This fact must be faced before it is criticized. We live in a world where people are persuaded that they need a state which forces them to live together in peace. Notice how absurd this is. The state forces them to live together in peace. This is what they want. But it's not something they would even do unless it was forced on them. Most of the stuff is published without names because the state forbidden the organization. I see. This is the stance of the citizen towards the state. He knows it is an authority, that it will pass laws which must be obeyed. He knows that anyone who breaks the law will get whacked by a billy club, and if he doesn't see himself oppressed by this, but rather sees his social existence allowed and protected by it. I like again, like this is not applicable to America. Like this is like this is not true in America whatsoever. I mean, this is like the problem with America, right? Like that it is the view of the implementation of the state. Like there is a cynicism surrounding the view of what a state is, right? But there is an apathy that contrasts with a sort of justification that is acknowledged by clashing against like let me keep reading. I keep saying shit too early. This rule is accepted and desired by the subjects. The extraordinary stability of the society is based on the fact that rule is desired by the subjects. This fact makes the system a tough nut to crack for leftists. If you want to overthrow the system, you are opposed not only to the state by the state authorities, but also the people themselves. This contradiction is not only a practical hurdle, it is a theoretical stumbling block for many. Yes, like this is like this is kind of the this is the problem. Yeah, like this sounds more about this sounds more relevant to Germany than like anywhere where I'm from, right? Like this doesn't remind me of Finland. It is definitely closer to like the vibes in Finland, I think, than it is in Canada or America, for sure. No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you, every bit of reality that I see from the average person in America tends to lead to more of a Gramscian humanist perspective, right? Like, there is a reason why, like, okay, Brumaire is a great example for reflecting on why people do not understand like what they've done, essentially, right? Like they don't get that they've essentially given away their rights, right? And this is absolutely noteworthy, but I find this is a little interesting to lead off theory with, for the fact that, again, the implementation of the early parts of this theory is like, again, it's the Paris Commune, right? Like I don't think that I really see it. I don't see it as hold on, maybe I'm not making sense. Let me reiterate. My views are mostly made out of historical connections to these pamphlets and these documents, and then applying these concepts, and maybe the lack of implementation of the success of these concepts in the regions that I'm used to and familiar of and can speak of, right? In the same way you may be like a German, most comfortable with discussing the German state, right? But that's kind of my point. Like, that may be applicable for Germany, but I can tell you that, like, the average American mind would fry your brain a little bit if you're looking at it from this lens, right? This is why I subscribe more from the Gramscian school of like a cultural hegemony and the standards and expectations surrounding that, right? I feel like there's been no better applicable theoretician to this disconnect between, say, China and Russia to the labor aristocracy, right? And I mean, I think it's kind of proving to be right in at least America, because you do have a lot of even right-wingers essentially deriving the concept of cultural hegemony in order to try to push their own form of cultural hegemony, right? Their own hegemonic structure. And I think that The state here ain't even a solid foundation, so imagine how hard it is to apply any Marxist analysis that isn't ain't through a specific Latin American lens. I mean, that's the other side of it. But I don't know, like, I don't know. It's I think I'm starting to get their point. But let me read the Lenin one real quick. I'm curious. Leninism, imperialism. What? This is on imperialism? It is a state. Oh, it is a derivation of the state from capital in the sense of Karl Marx. The idea is that you read capital, then systematically derive what the state must be based on the logic of capital. That's why the theory is called the state derision debate. No, I get the idea. I understand the theory. I'm not arguing with you on the theory though, right? Ignore the theory part of it for now. There is a key part of this that is purely built out of the theory, right? What I think we tend to struggle with is the reality and the implementation of these structures in actual events, right? That is why I'm pointing to the Paris Commune a lot, right? This is an example of a structure that was not enforced and defended, right? However, because of that, it explodes, right? It explodes. What I don't understand about this is like, I don't want to say a contempt, right? I don't want to say that there's some sort of contempt, but it's hard for me. I got you, but it's not a historical theory. It's only logical. In which way? Like which do you mean it's not a historical theory? It's only logical. The state derivation theory? In this series, we discuss classics of Marxism that have attained some standing in the history of the labor movement of the bourgeois sciences, either as an ideological courts of appeal or as proofs for conditional usefulness. The old writings should be given the honor that the remarks are occasionally noticed, which might tell us something about why some are considered so useful and others so reprehensible. It has been apparent to us for some time that the acquaintance with the classics has little to do with whether they are correct or not. That's why they are trendy with friend and foe alike. That's why Capital appeals to so many philosophers, the German ideology to sociologists, Lenin's to what is to be done to not a single green. And since the People's Republic of China converted from a socialist model to a developing country, nobody wants to know Mao's views anymore. I like that. In a sense, as a correction to this fussy treatment of the revered and hated teachers of revolution, we would like to advise a dogmatic treatment of their ideas without any obligation. No, I understand what you mean. Here, a logical reading means you don't focus on particular countries or historical phases, but instead determine at a fundamental level what the state and capital must be in this kind of society. Yes. No, I get that. But I'm saying this as in, like, how do I say this? I'm assuming you are a left com from this, right? I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to flip the chessboard on you real quick. In World War I, when the left coms in Russia did not want, no, you're not a left com. But I'll give you this example regardless. In early Russia, early USSR Russia, the perspective surrounding the Great War was essentially that despite the pacifist approach from a lot of the more radical leftists, right? I'm an anti-revisionist Marxist. Are you a trot? Is that, well, that could be a lot of things, I guess. But now I'm getting a little, wait, no, I think I get you. You're a Marxist, parentheses, soft L Lenin. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. It's irrelevant. Who cares? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. Let me just give you an example. in the Great War, right, in the post-Soviet Soviet Russia formation, when they wanted to get out of the Great War, there was a clash between the defeatist parts, which essentially just wanted to concede and get it over with, right? Like essentially just to use that as a a step onto the next phase of it. The left comms in the government at the time advised against it, right? Because the theoretical conception of it, the theoretical implementation of it was, of course, Germany would be the center of the revolution, right? We were just waiting for Germany to have their revolution, right? Because of course, it seems like these things come out of the most organized parts of it, right? The most organized states, right? There is the ideological consistency, right, for being rooted in this kind of thought process surrounding a, the labor aristocracy will be the ones to bring us to this revolution, perhaps even peacefully, right? Sticking purely to the theory, I mean, we've already seen that a lot of early Marx's arguments, especially surrounding implementation of this theory around that time, to be it wasn't really applicable. Maybe it's not applicable to I just need to read this, I guess. Let me just read a little more and then we'll keep going. Which will perhaps settle the problem of whether the Marxist group is a Marxist-Leninist sect. We don't believe in any of them, and if L says something true, it is just as dear to us as M. Lenin wrote his widely circulated essay, It is Entering the Training Canon of the West German ML Parties in the Golden 70s, unlike Marx's Capital, from which only the chapters on the working day and original accumulation ever attained such an honor. In the middle of World War I, in view of this fact, he aimed to prove something rather peculiar. He wanted to show, quote, that imperialist wars are absolutely inevitable under such an economic system as long as private property and the means of production exists. Hey, thanks for the resub, Sirapa. I haven't seen this stream in 3 years and we're reading about Marxism. Is this peak? Let me step it up for you. We're not only reading about Marxism, we're doing a little leftist infighting, parentheses positive. So that's how you know it's at a good time. At a time when the slaughter of nations was in full swing, a theoretical pamphlet to demonstrate the necessity of war, to show that private property is the reason for the imperialistic resort to violence, with the help of, and at the expense of, millions of people doing their national duties. For a revolutionary, this was not at all an obvious thing to do. This type of argument is in no way addressed to the affected people who are concerned with killing and dying in a very practical way. It does not agitate the victims of imperialism, show what wrongs they're thinking and what they're doing to their detriment. That is, it is not a theoretical message oh, I am starting to get it. Aimed at changing the practical position of the class whose interests the communists want to carry out. How could deliberations about how enormously the contradictions of imperialism are sharpening of the rule of finance capital be a practical guide of any use for an uprising by those who are currently suffering these contradictions? Lenin's theory of imperialism is a polemic of a different kind. It was meant to be a reasoned reckoning with the politics of the parties which, as organizations of the workers' movement, had made their peace with the class state and had themselves advocated war to enforce its foreign policy concerns. Social democratic politicians who had just agreed to the Bastille resolutions turned out to be zealous advocates of their national projects, so that Lenin wrote with feelings of deepest bitterness in 1914, the most influential socialist leaders and the most influential origins of the socialist press of present-day Europe hold views that are chauvinist, bourgeois, and liberal, and in no way socialist. With his analysis, which was intended to present a composite picture of the world capitalist system and its international interrelations, he objected to the patent development of formerly communist parties into the now standard social democracies, into parties competing with reform alternatives for the government of the class state, after ideologies for a leftist nationalism had been provided by the major theorists of the Second International, as well as by scholars from the bourgeois camp. Lenin wanted to fundamentally refute these partisans of the class state and its foreign policy activity. With a correct theory of imperialism, he wanted to clarify what socialist parties were dealing with, what they had stand for, and which illusory objectives they had to correct. Quote, unless the economic roots of this phenomenon are understood and its political and social significance is appreciated, not a step can be taken towards a solution of the practical problem of the communist movement and of the impending social revolution. Oh, the Cal Lady plays Guilty Gears live. Haven't seen her stream in a while. Wonder how it's going. Yeah. We're talking about Marxism and shit. I hope you guys are doing good. I'm sorry about Strive. In such here, quote, unless the economic roots of this phenomenon are understood and its political and social significance is appreciated, not a step taken towards the solution of the practical problem of the communist movement and of this impending social revolution. In such methodological remarks, which are frequent not only in the preface, Lenin insists that communists must know what they are up against, that political decisions must follow from insight into the reasons and purposes of imperialist activity and not from hopes and ideals of peace. He therefore polemizes against the Kautskyan complement of the politics of capitalist nations that they contain within themselves, the possibility of peaceful dealings with the rest of the world. He castigates the farewell to class struggle and the concern with better political alternatives in foreign policy, which is only consistent for a party if it considers safeguarding of peace to be a state mandate. The essence of the matter is that Kautsky detaches the politics of imperialism from its economics, speaks of annexations as a policy preferred by finance capital, and opposes it to another bourgeois policy which he alleges is possible on this very same basis of financial capital. Moreover, Lenin here addresses the substance of the argument he wants to make as to the necessity of the violent incursions of capitalist states. For him, it lies in the economic laws of motion, the decisive business interests of, quote, finance capital. These interests and their developing forms determine the course of international disputes. Finance capital casts its nets in the literal sense out over all countries in the world and, quote, also leads directly to the subdivision of the world. The reason for imperialism, the economy of modern capitalism. Lenin's argument against the theorists of opportunism in the Second International, that they would separate politics from its economic base, is the prelude to the analysis of capital and its business practices, in which politics and its purposes do not even appear in the first place. Lenin generously dispenses with a distinction between economics and politics out of the orthodox certainty that the latter consists in nothing but the execution of the business interests of capital. In this respect, his essay belongs to the branch of Marxist theory which, in its commitment to the economic base that determines everything else, very consistently avoids the specific subject and makes a wrong determination of politics. The few remarks on the relationship between state and capital under imperialism illustrate how Lenin sees the connection between the capitalist interest in profit and the foreign policy of the ideal collective capitalist. Quote, salvation lies in monopoly, said the capitalists as they formed cartels, syndicates, and trusts. Salvation lies in monopoly, echoed the political leaders of the bourgeoisie, hastening to appropriate the parts of the world not yet shared out. And on this basis, the self-critical regret in the preface is rather superfluous. Quote, I shall not be able to deal with the non-economic aspects of the question, however much they deserve to be dealt with. Because of the deduction of imperialism from monopoly and finance capital, Lenin succeeds in the great feat of presenting the necessity of annexations and wars between imperialist states as a business operation and vice versa, passing off international business for the continuity of capital enrichment as carried out beyond all state actions and means. Lenin deals with the state world market in the forms of foreign policy, not as consequences of capitalist private property and its promotion by the class state, but as a change in capitalism, and for him, the undeniable service of the class state for the nation's wealth, which exists as capital is, according on the title, imperialism as a stage, settled with the innovations he ascribes to capital. Ironically, the methodological credo of Marxism, that one that has to understand the economic roots, the separation of the political superstructure from the economic base, is the error in his view that leads to a distinct revision of precisely Marx's explanation of the economy. This revision begins with Lenin's discovery of monopoly in bold. I am understanding the point that they're trying to make here. I'm not sorry about Exert. Exert's great. Here, I'll do one more paragraph or two. These are economic entities which escape competition, what their enormous size permits them to do. Lenin, for the purpose of demonstrating his discovery that capitalism has fundamentally changed, quote, competition turns into monopoly, refers on one hand to Marx's statement about concentration and centralization. On the other hand, he draws quite odd conclusions from the statement that the size of capital represents a means of business. Pardon me. Suspension in competition is something completely different than its abolition. And the fact that a monopoly is the ideal of every entrepreneur, does not mean that this ideal has long been reached with price and market agreements, or let Lenin himself try to deny it. Competition, parentheses, for the others who still exist is difficult, and monopoly is a tendency, quote. Almost half the total production of all enterprises of the country was carried on by 1/100th part of these enterprises. These 3,000 giant enterprises embrace 258 branches of industry. From this, it can be seen that a certain stage of its development concentration itself, as it were, leads straight to monopoly. For a score or so of these giant enterprises can easily arrive at an agreement. On the other hand, the hindrance to competition, the tendency towards monopoly, arises from the huge size of the enterprises. This transformation of competition into monopoly is one of the most important, if not the most important, phenomena of modern capitalist economy. Neither the statistics about the size of the companies or about the number of firms involved in the competition prove the transition to its absence, and much less is this proved by agreements between competitors used as a temporary means of their profits. Lenin also seems to know this, which is why he makes the contrast between transitory and foundational. Quote, instead of being a transitionary phenomena, the cartels have become one of the foundations of economic life. But no matter how many monopolist manufacturers, associations, cartels, syndicates are counted and named, they do not prove the replacement of capitalist free competition by capitalist monopoly. And if the motor of cartel formation is served in sometimes by industrial protective tariffs and other times by free trade, then there's an explicit talk as a means of competition from which Lenin is admittedly again elicits the, quote, monopoly capitalist theory. He stubbornly holds on to this tendency in that it is not logic that inspires him to declare the age of monopoly, quote, the direct opposite of free competition, but a peculiar form of moralism is shown by the achievements which he attributes to the monopolies, that they make super profits, and if then, nevertheless, troublesome competitors prevent the direct opposite. They even sacrifice profits, taking up dumping, in quotes, throttling those who do not submit to them, to their yoke, to their dictation. Again and again, Lenin succeeds in demonstrating from the data on competition the power of monsters unhampered by any solvent demand, by any market barriers. In the end, domination and omnipotence are the quite uneconomic characteristics of the monopolies. Their ruthlessness knows no bound. Violence is their motto, as if the lovely, quote, early capitalism based on, quote, free competition with its old economy had been a place of veneration for humankind. That's not true. Even like, just as an example, Lenin does very harshly contrast the like golden age of capitalism against the imperialism that was forming by the time he wrote Imperialism, right? And he does at the same time. In fact, it was in the book we were reading. He highlights that this distinction is very, very key because there is a key aspect to the maintenance of these states that shifts from this golden age to then on in the imperialist era, right? Referring to the militarization of the bureaucracy. Quote, domination and the violence that is associated with it, such are the relationships that are typical of the latest phase of capitalist development. This is what inevitably had to result and has resulted from the formation of all-powerful economic monopolies. Here, Lenin praises a very bourgeois man from whom he takes the term dominating position. Although the quoted man speaks of the domination of one industry over another, in this manner of constantly calling on bourgeois witnesses for his discovery of the profound change to monopoly corresponds quite well to the bourgeois, and not at all to revolutionary rhetoric of the big players who do what they want, which a Marxist had better not concur with. But Lenin knows very well how to recite a moral denunciation in Marxist terms, after once again using competition to castigate the loathsomeness of the monopolies. Quote, in order to prevent competition in such a profitable industry, the monopolies even resort to various stratagems. He proceeds to the damage that the monopolies do into the whole of society. He takes the ideology of the elimination of crisis by cartels as the occasion to condemn the chaotic character of capitalism and to let the intensity of the main enemy, monopoly, sink in. Quote, on the contrary, the monopoly created in certain branches of industry increases and intensifies the anarchy inherent in capitalist production as a whole. And who benefits from this damage? The monopolies, of course, at least if concentration is the same as centralization and in turn the same as monopoly. Crises of every kind, economic crises most frequently, but not only these, in their turn increase very considerably the tendency towards concentration, towards monopoly. The capitalism of monopolies only seem to properly decadent to a Marxist if it increases the historic bonus points of capitalism, but nevertheless fails in the end. The result of the monopolies is, quote, immense progress in the socialization of production. In particular, the process of technical invention and improvement becomes socialized. This is something quite different from the old free competition between manufacturers, scattered and out of touch with one another, in producing for an unknown market. Skilled labor is monopolized, the best engineers are engaged. End quote. But nevertheless, mankind does not really enjoy the progress of socialization despite the overcoming of competition, which Lenin considers to be a defect of capital and not the motor of accumulation, and the complaint of capitalists who are just rationalizing. After all, while production is socialized, the appropriation remains private, and so the gigantic technical progress is definitely confronted with stagnation and decay. Quote, since monopoly prices are established, even temporarily, the motive causes of technical and consequently of all other progress disappears to a certain extent. And further, the economic possibilities arises of deliberately retarding technical progress. So the monopolies accomplish the task of retarding the progress that they themselves organize, but still unload a huge amount of pressure on the rest of the population. And the theory of state monopoly capitalism is already half for the epigons. Now that it is necessary for the accusation that is the state working for the monopolies instead of for the oppressed, i.e. the underprivileged, as would be appropriate for a genuine class state, and the social revolution takes the stage of ideas in the name of majority on the way to an anti-monopoly democracy. So imperialism has yet to be identified, but a new criticism of capitalism is launched in the name of Marx. The record that Engels liked to play it all the time about social production, good, and private appropriation, bad, lends support. This popular contradiction, which has precious little to do with the antagonism between private and social labor designated in the analysis of the commodity, is already based on its original version on a high opinion of the social character of production, for which capitalism reaps a big plus. Although it shares this quality with every mode of production, its social form of production, the thing with private property in which wealth confronts its producers as capital and makes them work for it, then turns into the bad side of capitalism, which, like all transient things, needs two sides. In Lenin's work, this dialectic in the commodity analysis, which, by the way, is called sociology when turned around, quote, capitalism is society, end quote, is tenet number one. Everything is social is tenet number two. And progressive sociologists, with their concern to see everything socially, still believe themselves to be following in Marxist tracks, rises to a new level. The monopoly, which is striven for in order to increase private wealth exclusively against others, makes everything more social. Ultimately, more and more the property of others is used for common purposes, so that private appropriation only really becomes an outrage. It is similar in the relationship between entrepreneur and banker. Each alone is not very nice. If they merge, however, and one becomes a servant of the other, at least in the view of a Marxist, capitalism enters its imperialist stage, at least according to Lenin's second famous characteristic. I find this a little difficult to apply to, is this from 1981? I was going to say, this feels weird to read today, doesn't it? Because I don't know. When I look at America, I would say that a lot of American dynamics over the last 100 years, you could even point to Fordism as a kind of like a branching chain to this. Like I I I I I don't really understand the point of this. Like this is all arguing the theory, right? But like I don't know what that has to do with anything we were talking about, much less the Soviets. Right? Like I feel as though we are viewing this on very different lenses. I'm less interested in uh the theoretical consistency at the root of it. I find the Marxist belief of adapting to your conditions and making the most out of them, however those conditions are, to be the most, maybe not accessible, but I would definitely say the most rooted in it. The problems of the SU is a product of Lenin's wrong capitalism critique. The problems of the SVU, the state. No, I understand that this is a critique of it. I just don't understand. Like, okay, let me rephrase this. Oh, the Soviet Union, the USSR. Sorry. Reading this, I feel as though, like, it is a very bizarre. I don't know what you want me to say to this, because critiquing the roots and critiquing imperialism as a book, like I don't really care if you critique it. Would I say that Lenin was incorrect about the conditions that we're also in today? I think that's not. I mean, we are. I'm going to assume you're a German chatter. I am living in Canada. I'm from Finland. A lot of American chatters in here, right? We're all in a war right now for oil in Iran, right? Like, we're literally seeing imperialism now. Like, if I go to Yahoo News, right? That I because of that, I don't really know what you want me to say to this. Like, whether the aspects of what Lenin gets correct from on the identity of capitalism, I'm not really as interested in, right? In fact, the reason why I'm reading this theory of the Soviets dare not become state organizations is because we already know, and like this is not just purely from, a Leninist perspective. Obviously, this is coming from like Trotsky and Gramsci, right, who are Leninists. But we already know from just like a sort of cultural hegemonic perspective, right? I would say my own worldview, right, from everything I've seen in the world. Obviously, this is purely what's the word? Like it's my perspective, right? It's not the absolute certainty. It's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. But I do not really. I find that from all my interaction with people, right? I'm not aware of how familiar you are with me, but I interacted with a lot of people pretty frequently through tournaments, right? And I talked about politics with a lot of these people for a very long time, from all over the world, from different walks of life, different classes. And my conclusion from that was essentially that the cultural hegemony that Gramsci writes about is the leading cause for this, right? And that is why this reading of the state clashes with what I believe, right? This is why I struggle to understand this perspective, because even the rooting of it surrounding the average person or the individual is like it's very far from what I think. And I think that when does this it sorry, it's at the very bottom here. That's cut off. But literally, like after this sentence, it says, translation from a lecture presented at the seminar on the analysis of fascism, Berlin, October 4th, 2008. I will read more of this later, but I will give you an example for why we need to compare the historical comparison here, right? So when Lenin is writing these things and he's doing the implementation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Russia is running elections for 80 million people, the biggest election ever done in world history at that time, on the most progressive policies at the time. Most of the people that voted were illiterate, right? They could not even like read or write, really. So understand that like even just engaging on the average, like where you're at, right? Like where the average person is at this time to well into the 80s or 90s, I find this very difficult to tie with reality. And that's why I tie a lot of weight to the cultural hegemonic approach of it, right? Because the cultural hegemonic approach is essentially that there is a class consciousness that can be unlocked, but we are beyond just the era of like, I mean, even when he's writing this, there is a Red Scare happening in America. And obviously, like, a lot of the anti-war socialists were being heavily prosecuted, right? Which is why, again, I was highlighting a lot about the Paris Commune, right? Everybody from that time period, Marx and Engels included, all reflect very similarly on the Paris Commune as a result, right? Whether or not you find the first bit of Marx's writing validating more than the last or vice versa, I think it is disconnected from reality. Like it's disconnected from on the ground shit, right? Because like I don't want to make it sound like the average person is incapable of having any brain power, or that the average person is also capable of like running a whole town with the energy of his brain activated, right? Because I run off of cultural hegemonic theory as a basis for my own thinking, from my own experiences, from, my own exposure, right? You're not seeing that the average worker identify himself more with the state than realizing the economic conditions. For example, that's a great individual point here. Let me kind of dissect from that. But yes, I don't see that as much. When this was written, nationalism was a lot more of a hot topic, right? I mean, this is post, like when Marx is writing about the springtime of peoples, it was the hot shit, right? Like that was the thing of the time, right? I don't think people necessarily think that way anymore, right? I think that it was absolutely true for a time, but I don't believe that it is as much as the case anymore. I think that it is tied, like this sort of thinking about, right? This sort of thought process. I don't believe it as much as, say, a hegemonic sort of theory because I tend to think about it as like there are a lot of different shifting factors in the world. One great example of one that is different from even between this pamphlet, or well, imperialism, we'll say, to the release of this person's counterpoint. This had already sort of like nationalism hadn't died per se, but I think probably everybody would agree that the momentum of it is a lot different. Nowadays, there are a lot more things to identify with, right? I think what proves cultural hegemony as a theory, in my view, right, in my worldview experience, is literally the internet, right? Even if you think about it from a Marxist point of view, the mere change of the accessibility of information has shifted a lot. We were talking about Russia was riddled with local level Soviets. That doesn't sound like identifying with the state. It is a little tied to where Lenin goes, but yes, I think like when they came in, they were more arguing about how I was explaining the differences between Kautsky. Nationalism could be modern and liberal. No, I agree. Even liberals say that we should do something we don't see. Nationalism can be modern and liberal. I've always considered nationalism to be liberal, but yes. Even liberals that say we should do something don't see the contradiction between workers, capitalists, and state and citizens. Yeah. No, I get that. I understand that. Are you but your point, wait, that's your point. That you're saying it's like a neo-nationalism that's like more associated with the identity of the state rather than a ethnic or specific cultural dynamic. Is that what you're saying? I agree with you, but again, I don't really understand what that has to do with Lenin. Right? Like the US famously has some absurd nationalistic bend, but that's the exception that proves the rule when you're talking about the imperial court. Yeah. No, I think I do think they have a point. They may have just misunderstood me. They have a totally different theory on the state. Yeah. It's just the starting point. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that the Leninist model is the one true model. I just interact the Leninist model because I'm a historian. That's all, right? That's why I said like if you wanted like I'm not a leftist infighter type who cares about these sort of dynamics. I care more about the implementation of these actual states or whatever you want to call them. These maybe the lack thereof, the withering away of the states that would be brought directly through it, through the communist or whatever revolution you would get. But like again, Marx and Engels over their lifetime constantly do revisions for things that are like just their opinions shifting with the times of what they're facing and what they're seeing. That's kind of why, again, I tied the Paris Commune to this and why a lot of Lenin's discussion on the state is purely reflective of like what Engels was last saying about it, right? What I'm saying is you can think otherwise and I don't really you can say whatever you want about it. But if there's no real world like groundwork or implementation of it, I don't really know what else to say to you, right? They were alive through some pretty consequential events. It'd be difficult to not reassess from there. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I mean, like, even if you ignore the momentum of revolutions or like what led to the spring times of the people, or if you want to get a little Kotsky, right? If you want to get a little Kotsky with it, right? If you want to get a little Kotsky with it, you can always say that you can always say that you know, we gotta I just there's a real world implication. They even wrote many shit about the US, even about the tariffs. I mean, that's okay. But I'm telling you, like, it doesn't really change how I view things. Like, I cannot interact with the theory on the ground if there's no on the ground event that leads to it, right? All I have are, like, you know, Maoist and Marxist-Leninist revolutions to look at. I mean, you could count, like, anarchist communes even in the Spanish Civil War in the same way, right? Like, I can only interact with these attempts, not the theory. I'm not interested in the specifics of the theory as much as I'm interested in the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, you know? Maybe a little counter-revolutionary of me. Maybe a little what is it? Revisionist of me. But that's just how I view things as a historian, right? I'm a Roman historian first. They were alive through some pretty consequential events. It'd be difficult to not wait, I already read that. Did you hear they unplugged Sora? I can't believe Charlie Kirk is dead again. Is that the AI creation thing? You know who you want to fight and what you want to fight when you want a revolution. I feel like I do know that though, right? Are you saying that, like, let me give you a very brief summary, right? Let me give you a brief summary of how I view these things. I am more interested in minimizing and removing the exploitation that is done from the bourgeoisie on long class lines, right? And how we get to this ideal communist endgame is, you know, I've yet to see it done in practicality. Maybe that is something that is, you know, it shows the weakness of the other theory or whatever. But again, you know, Marx was a historian, right? Like, a lot of his theories come out of being a historian, of doing analysis of, you know, Middle Ages. I mean, shit. I've said it many times before, but you cannot understand Roman politics or Roman history without it. Moreover, criticism does not begin asking itself the critical question of whether it's practical or constructive. It begins by giving an account of where all the things come from that one experiences as a nuisance or harm. Whoever dispenses with even this small amount of investigation into causes may end up misdirecting their engagement, choosing the wrong place and time, addressee, and opponents for their efforts. No, I get you. But, like, here's the thing, right? I think you're misunderstanding. You are trying to make me reevaluate my stance on Marxism, right? I am quite literally, like, I'm a Marxist Leninist, just full on, right? The reason why I'm a Marxist Leninist is because I look at the historical examples and go from there, right? And yes, theory has a lot of work to play in it, but not even just from, even if we just look at Brumaire, right? Even if we just look at Brumaire that you highlighted, I mean, we clearly know the Lumpenproll on their own are not, we know that they have a revolutionary character, right? We already know that, right? We know that they're not all correct. We have to reevaluate things, right? Because it's not always the same to each place. Maybe that was the truth when Marx was around, when Marx was looking at all this stuff. But then when I think about momentous leftist progress in, say, America, right? I'm thinking of the Black Panthers, right? I'm thinking of them. So, what do I say to that? Do I listen to Marx, or do I look at the world, right? What do I do? How do I square off the theory clashing against the reality? How do I do that? It sounds a little it I don't want to say this. I don't want to make this sound rude or anything. I don't want to make it sound like you're big dum dum. And I hope it doesn't come off that way. But like I don't really know if, like, I don't know how how do I look at the Paris Commune to the USSR from his last work is titled The Path Which Led Me to Leninism, 1960. If critique is correct, the problem isn't that it doesn't prevent an alternative. The real problem is that the people asking for alternatives, instead of understanding why the system they defend produces the problems in the first place. No. Okay, I understand the issue with the structure of the state, right? This conflation is saying that by supporting Marxist causes, you are essentially not bringing further any sort of, you're not bringing yourselves to any sort of Marxist revolution, right? You're saying that if the state is implemented as a dictatorship of the proletariat, then it is another form of capitalism, right? It's social imperialism or whatever, right? Is that the idea you're trying to tell me? I understand the dynamics of having an alternative, but like how I understand the system. What I'm saying is, and this is why I said I'm looking for a bourgeois overthrow, right? That's why I said it as widely in class terms as possible, right? The specifications of how a state should look or how it should be implemented, that is not for me to decide, right? That is for the people who do the revolution to decide, right? If the Union of Canadian Socialist Republics forms up, then I'll read that whole article or that whole book. But we're not even at the first part of this, right? We're not even. And the problem with that is we're not even at the first part that led to the Paris Commune, basically, by today's standards, right? That is, of course, ignoring the impacts of other socialist states that may have had sort of Dengist reforms or, market reforms, right? Whether that be, I guess Yugoslavia never had market reforms as much as they were always kind of a form of market socialism. But like, it's, I understand the alternative, but you are arguing with me around this on the basis of me establishing class consciousness in people rather than the substance of it. I'm not arguing on theory surrounding revolutionary implementation of these things. I'm establishing class consciousness of contrasting these things, especially things that were said 100 years ago, surrounding society to today. If the critique is correct, the alternative follows from it. If capitalism causes the problems, the alternative is simply a society without capitalism. And when we're at this point, we're going to see the obstacles. We can't predict what's going to happen. Yes. That is Marxist-Leninism, right? It is implementing the state. It is implementing a vanguard party to defend the group from implementing, say, or let me reword this. It is using the vanguard party to use its power from, using proletarian democracy from there, right? To highlight contradictions and to fix them, right? It is not to say that every issue will be solved, because that is anti-Marxist, right? To try to predict all the problems of Marxism, especially an untouched revolution. I mean, this is the Paris Commune again, right? Like, what you're talking about is what Lenin did and what Marx and Engels did from the Paris Commune, right? That's what I've been saying. So, if we understand this, why I don't understand the issue. Like, I mean, even if we view it from a like a Lenin to Stalin constitution, like very lazily at that too, we already know that, like, first of all, it is absolutely picking up shit off the ground where you're you know you're having this revolution, right? It's not optional whatsoever, because, like, what are you going to do with the entire state apparatus, right? My issue with Lenin is that he thought the class antagonism is obvious for the worker. But I feel like, again, doesn't today, I mean, I don't know how it is in as much in Europe, but there is a constant, like, in America, right? There is a very harsh, like, us against them perspective, right? Of the rich against the poor. There is an innate class consciousness there that, even as they say that, they vote for, like, fascist figures, right? Yes, it's very obvious. Like, this is my issue with these sorts of things. I feel like this is why I subscribe heavily to the cultural hegemonic theory, which, again, is very humanist for the time, as or considered quite particularly humanist for the time. Rich against poor is not the class antagonism between workers and capitalists. Yes, but, like, I mean, I feel like we're kind of picking at straws at that point, because who are the rich and who are the poor right now? There are people who are, disaffected millionaires, but, like, who are we talking about? Is everybody that's poor just lumpenproll? Right? Like, again, if I try to square this with like the theory, I begin to clash a bit. Again, this is why hegemony, the cultural hegemony, is something I think about. What about the rich workers and the poor capitalists? That's true. The temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I do kind of understand that they're saying that there is no established class consciousness in the way that we think about it as Marxists. But I do think that that is kind of choosing to not want to see the writing on the walls, because a lot of Americans are very susceptible to class politics as it's discussed, whether it be, blatantly class based, right? We already know that. We've seen a lot in the last few years, especially, right? In fact, the most popular politician in America is a socialist, right? No, I understand that. I understand the dynamic. I understand the dynamic, yes. But I need you to understand that even with this bubble, right? Understanding this, like, again, I feel like I feel like we're just getting into, like, the weeds of it to like argue about the specifics. If class consciousness is the issue, but people are showing proof or showing understanding of this dynamic, but they lack the class consciousness, don't you think that this kind of creates the medium of which they can become class conscious? Right? Like, isn't that, like, it is absolutely not the same, right? But you're my issue with Lenin is that he thought the class antagonism is obvious for the worker. It is not in the sense of, like, say, okay, if you need the literal definition of consciousness, if someone needs to say, I am class conscious, no, I get what you're saying. If you are viewing that as a negative and not the near attempt or the near like consolidation of it, much less if we are considering again, like this is kind of getting into, I just feel like I need to keep quoting Gramsci here, right? Because Gramscian thought is essentially something also further proven by, you know, archives referring to, say, not Gladios, I don't think, but Paperclip. I mean, like, you know, well, I guess technically them both, but like the control the hegemonic power has over the entirety of the populace. If, with all this in mind, right, with even what this individual highlights, I forgot their name, I'm sorry. They say here, the old writings should be given the honor that the remarks are occasionally noticed, which might tell us something about why some are considered so useful and others so reprehensible. It has been apparent to us for some time that the acquaintance with the classics has little to do with whether they are correct or not. That's why they are trendy with friend and foe alike. That's why capital appeals to so many philosophers, the German ideology to sociologists, Lenin's What is to be Done to not a single grain. And since the People's Republic of China converted from a socialist model to a developing country, nobody wants to know Mao's view anymore, right? There are things that are considered acceptable and unacceptable, right? Just inherently. With this in mind, if there is a control on the sort of flows of information of what is acceptable to the bourgeoisie and what is not acceptable, do you think that the average person being born into a world where there is no labor education whatsoever comes out thinking, the rich suck, why can't they give us more shit? Doesn't that, like, yes, it is the starting point, but like, again, I don't understand how that goes along with like, when does it become obviously acceptable in this terms of like it is innately known versus say it is uh it is innately known versus being adjacent to the theory as a stepping stone to class consciousness, right? I don't really understand. I know that there is a false consciousness surrounding it. I am familiar with it. Again, I'm quoting Gramsci at you. So like it is expanding on the false consciousness dynamic, right? That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Like this is the whole point. You're making me explain to you my whole purpose for reading this article to you. It is that, yes, there is a lack of labor education that causes an issue. Yes, it is not innate to all the labor aristocracy that there is an inherent issue or that there is injustices or inequality in that dynamic. But does that mean we should critique the article surrounding the implementation of these theories as the state as unjust or incorrect for developing class consciousness against the cultural hegemony that has been established? I feel like I don't even, this is why I said I don't even know why you wanted an argument. Like I'm very familiar with Marx and Engels writing on it. That's why I'm highlighting the Paris Commune, right? That's why I'm highlighting the historical examples and why their opinions shift, right? People are always agreeing with right arguments. No, their argument is that, I mean, they're essentially saying I'm giving you false consciousness by feeding you Lenin, which, well, I shouldn't say it like that. Let me be more specific. They dislike the portrayal of the state in this reading of the state, or not the state and revolution, sorry, the renegade, the proletarian revolution, the renegade Kautsky. So, like, again, this feels like you're arguing theory with me, but that's why I'm saying theory is great, but we also know that fascism is not a revolutionary ideal, right? We know that. That's why I gave you the Lumpenproll example, right? That's, I'm aware, right? I don't see why it's a problem. I don't mean to make it sound like that. It's just like I don't even know how to like address this over and over again here. Yes, like I'm trying to teach people about the Leninist theory of it, absolutely. But the cause of it, the root of it, is engaging in the Leninist structure from the point of view of modern day theory, hence why I chose this, right? Whatever you want to say about that is fine. But what I'll just say is you can argue on the theory. I don't care as much about it. I'm more interested in just wait, maybe I did misunderstand you. It's you want me to indicate the state is he said the state wrong. That's it. Is that what you wanted me to just highlight that Lenin was wrong about the state? Yeah. You have to properly historicize things, Romola. Where was this reading? Oh, is it about this? I feel like are you guys trolling me right now? Because I feel like I have no understanding of what you're saying. If I'm supposed to historicize, I'm pointing to the Paris Commune. I'm literally explaining the labor history to you. That's the whole point. And I will just say he spread a false state analysis there. That's it. Oh, I thought you were coming in hot because you said, "What's your argument?" immediately. I'm sorry. Did I made this much bigger than I should have been, huh? Well, Make an argument as a meme in our bubble. Oh, it was a meme. I'm sorry. I'm Finnish and neurodivergent. Well, let's see then. The state is the political force of bourgeois society. Here. When did we last get to? They're just saying that Lenin's analysis of the state in what it was read when I think it was from this part. Those who are familiar with Russian Menshevik literature will at once see how slavishly Kautsky copies Martov, Axelrod, Stein, and Co. Yes, slavishly, because Kautsky ridiculously distorts the facts in order to pander to Menshevik prejudices. Kautsky did not take the trouble, for instance, to ask his informants when the questions of changing the name of Bolsheviks to communists and of the significance of the Soviets as state organizations were first raised. Oh, maybe not this one. Here we go. But Kautsky's arguments, which I have just quoted in full, represents the crux of the whole question against the Soviets. The crux is, should the Soviets aspire to become state organizations? In April 1917, the Bolsheviks put forward the slogan, all power to the Soviets. And at the Bolshevik Party Conference held in the same month, they declared they were not satisfied with a bourgeois parliamentary republic, but demanded a workers' and peasants' republic of the Paris Commune or Soviet type. Or should the Soviets not strive for this, refrain from taking power into their hands, refrain from becoming state organizations, and remain the combat organizations of one class, as Martov expressed it, sorry. Yes, it's about the state here, I think. Oh, what is the state? The state is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by the other. This is it. Thus, the oppressed class, the vanguard of all the working and exploited people in modern society, must strive towards the decisive battles between capital and labor, but must not touch the machine by which capital suppresses labor. It must not break up that machine. It must not make use of its all-embracing organization for suppressing the exploiters. That is the point that they had argument with. Yeah, and I say the state is the collective capitalist. So let me flip the chessboard on you then. Do you believe that any socialist state with the identity of the, say, any socialist or transitional socialist state, do you think that is impossible? Do you think it's impossible to reach socialism through in a transitional state? Or that instead, by going into the transitional state, you would just have another form of bourgeois? Isn't that Kautsky's take? No, this is Lenin's take. Kautsky's take is basically a lot less on the inner workings of the state. You have to do that. So how do you make a state how do you build out of the remnants of, let's say right now you come into power in Germany. How do you make a worker state out of the current instruments of the state that are born out of it? Marx expected it to come through capitalism, not revolution, right? I mean, capitalism would make conditions bad enough that revolution becomes inevitable, basically. Marx did think that in around that there's a chance that the labor aristocracy in the more advanced countries, such as at that time America and Britain and so forth, like the top of the top for liberal democracy at that time, they are They are they could potentially reform. I build up a planned economy without money. How do you swap over currency? Do you use a bartering system? Or does it just become, do we use vouchers? But we can't have currency. Or do we do, what is it? Who's that one German finance guy that wrote about free money? That's like you have like a stamp and you have to stamp it a certain amount and that's the worth of the stamp. It's essentially, yes, it is an IOU on a sticky note, basically. Yes. Or anything else like that. Like how would you explain to somebody that all their money is no longer relevant, but there is an alternative? That's what I'm curious for, because I can't really imagine right now how to do a transitionary state through or attempt to achieve socialism by removing currency immediately. That was Domino's Pizza. It was actually the Domino's Pizza emergency pizza system. Wait, really? I'm literally what I'm talking about. This is like, that is basically it. You would have like a piece of paper and you would stamp it, and each stamp reduced the value of it by a certain amount. Was essentially this early theory. That's a complicated topic. Called it the technical theory. Right. But how would I, what would I do with it? I have to write 6 pages to explain it. I mean, that's okay. Take your time. Or you can link me something that would summarize the implementation of this structure. What is this? Read the emergency pizza page. This is not found. This is a black screen. Maybe banned in Canada? Grr, dude, the bourgeois are at it again. Grr. This might work. No, they keep censoring me. I can't have a free pizza. Dude, that's sad. I thought that was a joke. Emergency pizza for student loans. Wait, is this an actual thing? Hold on, I'll wait for them to give me something on currency. I need to see this. It was a thing in 2023. Mola stream chat. Domino's emergency pizzas for student loans. Student loans aren't fun, but we're here to make them a little better with a free Domino's emergency pizza. Domino's is giving away 1 million worth of free emergency pizzas, because if you're feeling the pain of having to pay off your student loan, we want to help in our own little way with free pizza. Your journey to a free pizza starts just like your journey to college, with an application. Dude, that's so sad. Your journey to a free pizza starts just like how you started your 10-year debt. An application. Apply for your free emergency pizza below. I love all the hoggers and lefters and libbers. I love that shit so much. Oh no, she didn't know about the Dr. Pepper halftime show where two students compete for the. No, that's fake. That's gotta be fake. Are you serious? They may. No, I've never seen that. What? No, that's so bad. Oh my god. Pull it up. Pull it up, Jamie. What is it? Dr. Pepper tuition challenge? Oh god. Dude, this is just Dude, this is the Dr. Pepper Ultimate Gaming House. But for real life. Oh.
As part of today's halftime festivities, Dr. Pepper and the SEC are proud to present the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. In just a few moments, our two contestants, Creed and Jesse, will walk behind us and attempt to throw as many footballs as they can into these two giant Dr. Pepper cans. Now, Jesse is hoping to win the money to help put it towards supply chain management. He one day wants to work on bringing medical supplies to his hometown. Creed will use the money towards her dream of becoming a veterinarian, specifically focusing on small and exotic animals. Whoever makes the most throws into these giant Dr. Pepper cans will take home $100,000 in tuition, but we have two winners here today because the runner-up.
This is Beast Games. It is. It's official. It's Beast Games parentheses official.
Right. On the referee's whistle, we will start. Y'all take your positions. Good luck.
Hey, Creed, are you ready? Jesse, are you ready? Here we go. 30 seconds.
Both Jesse and Creed have been practicing since the moment they got the call from Dr. Pepper. They both created contraptions in their backyards to focus on winning this challenge. Creed said the dean of her veterinarian school was a former quarterback at Cornell. He even gave her some throwing advice. We got some similar form here. Looking really good. Pace is very impressive. And we do have a winner. Congratulations, Jesse. Brad Rakes joins us now, the Vice President of Marketing here at Dr. Pepper. Brad, take it away.
Congratulations, Jesse. On behalf of everyone at Dr. Pepper, we are thrilled to present you with this check for $100,000 in tuition.
Jesse, how will this money help you in chasing your dream?
Well, first of all, it's going to help me to finish my schooling for my bachelor's and then eventually pay for my master's so I can take off in supply chain and impact it as much as possible.
Jesse, congratulations. And don't forget, Creed was also a winner today. She will take home $20,000 in tuition. Since 1990, Dr. Pepper has awarded more than $20 million in tuition to help deserving students like Creed and
Dude. Oh my god. What is this? Total forgiveness. Grant and allies fight to the death. Oh no. This is college humor?
The total that I owe, $95,441. You know, I'm gonna pay this off maybe before I die.
I owe about 60 grand. My credit is so bad, I can't even get a credit card. I don't have a credit card. I don't know how people do it.
So, we have an idea.
This is like a stunt show in which we pay off your student loans.
Yes. I feel like we just scammed the company. It's the first time in my life when I'll have a chunk of money. I've been barely paying interest since I graduated. I guess I'm not that worried at the moment because I don't think Allie's gonna go that crazy.
Can I get someone to hunt Grant?
You have to commit a crime and go to jail.
You have to make a test tube baby with someone that I pick.
Can I make Allie, like, cut off her finger?
If here's the ceiling, cutting off a pinky's right above it.
What's your biggest fear?
Bees!
All
Chop
right.
it in once. Bees.
We're going to give Allie a Oompa Loompa makeover.
You have to sell everything you own.
You have to get drunk every morning for a week.
Okay, let's just cut.
Grant's gonna have to wear a shock collar.
Stop!
Oh, but Allie has green hair.
Please.
Crazy. Bed bugs. More like board bugs. Quit chomping on my skin.
If one of us dies, does the other one just get all the remaining money? Oh, wow.
I think I have to start going hard.
Oh, I can't. I cannot. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. The leeches? I'm sorry, dude. That's too much. Oh my god. I mean, how do you not just get horrified? Like, everything about this. Gotta balance your humors. I'm imbalanced right now. I'm off balance. What time are we? Oh shit, it's been 3 hours. I was talking about leftist politics all that time. Here, let's finish this off for now. Where were we? Here we go. 1. The doubt expressed by the question of the feasibility of a planned economy never, in fact, seriously concerns the resources acquired. Rather, it negates the endeavor under the pretext that one could not possibly imagine its implementation. How could one, when the social context in which a successful plan could be devised and executed, and organized free consultation without economic constraints does not exist, and when the market economy with its reified purposes and established procedures, including the associated human character mass, is tacitly assumed to be the setting into which a planned economy should be introduced. What? That's 1. But I believe planned economies work. I agree. Rather, it negates the endeavor. I just don't know. Like, okay, I'm not. Okay, here we go. One need not share the goal of a free, rational organization of needs and their satisfaction, but one should at least not pretend to be seriously opposed simply because the communists fail to supply the practical recipes and models for doing so. The easiest part, really. Once an alert working class knows what it wants, a bitter historical irony should be mentioned here. The great worldwide attempt at a socialist planned economy, which its own initiators later discarded as a failure, implemented the very error of assuming capitalist organization of the economy from wages to credit as economic reality, instead of developing a model for making it more worker-friendly. With state power, much as possible, it can even make capitalism work properly, as if they themselves had never forsaken the doubt of whether a fundamentally different economy can even work. The ruling Eastern Bloc socialists proudly conferred the treacherous honorary title real on their creation, real, on their creation and practice of socialism, which all the economic constraints of capitalism were used as levers to cleverly operate the national apparatus, with moderate success at best compared to the capitalist original, at least as far as state-controlled wealth is. Party hat. Happy partner anniversary. Is it ethical to big cum under capitalism? Sure. My comments are too long. No, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. I did say you are free to post. You're free to post this. I just translated something from a German book. No, that's cool. But that doesn't really, I guess there is no plan on the implementation of currency, like, or an alternative to currency. It's just that the abolishment of currency and leading into another frontier of it is the goal. Is that what you're saying? That you don't know what to do with the currency, just that it needs to be gone first. Is that the point? Reichtum. Reichtum. M- immediately discredited statements. I mean, that was the old school thing. They love doing M-dashes. It's like a break glass in case of emergency button, but for grammar. You know? It's just AI is always hitting the emergency button. In its indestructible cynicism, economics has established a dogma that every economic actor is fundamentally concerned only with optimizing their own utility. Deriving from this mathematical models of market behavior that all demonstrate how everyone benefits, since even the smallest sum of money expresses a utility preference. The price paid represents the optimum utility of the purchased good for the buyer, otherwise they would not pay it. Worse than these circular constructs is the habit of the market participants themselves, who regard the skill of budgeting as realized freedom and even take perverse pride in managing to get by on little money through thrifts and bargains. For such heroes of private freedom, planned economy can only appear as the opposite, interference and poverty. Even essential goods are not produced if there's no ability to pay. They may even be destroyed if it serves monetary gain. This generates a host of compensatory interventions for the public authority, which enforces the market system. No, I agree with all this. I'm aware of the justification behind a command economy. I like command economies. I'm pro command economy. But I just don't understand. Like, here, let me finish. Even essential goods are not produced if there's no ability to pay. That is true. They may be even destroyed if it serves monetary gain. This generates a host of compensatory interventions for the public authority, which enforces the market system with its property and guarantees. That the system functions at all, despite the lack of planned guidance by public authority, elicited admiration from early apologists who inferred hidden hand behind the back, working behind the back. Of actors programmed only for monetary gain, the less pious truth is that everything in the market economy that constitutes material social cohesion is the unplanned consequence of everyone's individual pursuit of money, and indeed appears accordingly. Everything useless for profit simply gets eliminated. Bourgeois economics turns this reasoning upside down in its models of market behavior, postulating the intrinsic insatiability of human drives, to which capitalist production provides an optimal balanced measure of satisfaction. Humans are ascribed a natural boundless materialism far beyond their actual historically acquired range of interest to justify the economy of property, which bases acquisition on the exclusion of all needed goods and never resolves the resulting scarcity through organized labor, a single struggle against scarcity. Of course, there are other forms. The market economy includes many self-employed individuals, from farmers to physicians, who manage with the property and labor necessary for the professions. In various compositions, they represent the opposition between labor and property in their own person. That's me, by the way. There is also the state, which plays the role of employer using tax-appropriated funds without generating property through its employees. In all its sovereignty over social classes, it respects the dominance of money over labor by paying professional staff. Calculating compensation according to private sector wage criteria, particularly for lower paid work. One should not make the diverse function and subdivisions of market society mysterious. Given that major state institutions have no problem forcing economic class distinctions on citizens, whether in tax collection or social security. Moreover, as a methodological tip, principles of political economy and capitalism are not drawers whose truth is proven by their usefulness in sorting humanity. No, I agree with why central economies are good, like why planned economies are good. But this doesn't really answer my question, right? This doesn't really say anything about the substance of it, but why we need to do away with it, right? I want to know how that looks. I want to know how it would, like, I don't care if like a socialist revolution happens and like money disappears, right? On the other hand, if it doesn't, but it's still under a considered to be a transitional socialist state, then I mean, I don't really care. Right? I view it as a transition towards socialism, right? But for what it's worth, this is from a pretty niche sect in Germany. I see. But I mean, that doesn't mean anything to, like, there's no reason to discredit it just because it's niche, right? You can put on the translation, I guess. I'm gonna ask you something. I don't want this to come off mean, but I just want you to answer as honestly as possible. Do you have a view or a plan, or do you have an idea of one, of how this could take place in reality, of like how there could be a swap of currency? You do. How could that work? Because I'm not arguing on if it can or not be done, but I'm curious of how that system would be implemented, right? I understand the need for a planned economy, but that doesn't necessarily describe the interactions of like the proletariat would have with it, right? Like, sure, like, okay, let me give you an example. If you abolish currency and you're telling every proletariat, how do you sell them on it, right? Everything should only be a question of a technical implementation. Yeah, like I'm asking, like, I'm asking how this would look, right? I'm looking how would this look for the person, right? I don't know, man. I just know shit's broken right now. Work out how it works. I mean, that is my view. I care a lot about having a proletariat revolution, right? Like some form of massive change in society, right? But it does not change. We're far from it, right? We're far from these actual implementations on a grand scale. Maybe not where they are, but definitely where I am. And unfortunately, I think that if you are a socialist who does value Marx's writings, you do see the worth of, ultimately, you see the worth of, I mean, even bourgeois revolutions, right? All the smart minds who are now studying business administration would only concern themselves with the question of how to get useful things to the right place. Nothing would then be a matter of mastery. Only the technical necessities would only even be. So it is like a barter system. The idea is swapping to a barter system. It's a barter system in English refers to, like, say, like, as opposed to paying currency, barter with a T, sorry. Barter as in, like, I'm bartering with you, right? Like, essentially, as opposed to the structure we have today of, like, you know, you have material, I have currency, right? How they used to do it pre the establishment of the dominant currency, right? Yeah, like 6 pigs for my cow, or like I'll give you 3 branches for 1 stick. You know what I mean? Like that sort of shit. That is the barter system, right? It's a very common libertarian argument, especially in the West here, or in America, right? I have cheese, you have bread, let's swap. Yeah. I used to do the barter system on the playground when I was I would trade my cheese slices for one of those desserts that were like, it's like a crunchy cookie. I did the barter system when I was 8. I mastered it then. These are this is auto translated, so this would probably not be good for me. Or is there an English? Dunkaroos? No, not Dunkaroos, but they are like from that same tree. So what this is saying is that instead of planning on how to make money off of things, we should only be planning on how to get things to those who need it. If that's correct, this is what the streamer has expressed. Shirty agrees with. No, yes, I agree with that. No, with the social plan so you can organize the division of labor rationally. But I understand, like, again, like, I mean, it doesn't, here's how I think about it, right? Yeah, they did say they're here to practice their English, so don't be mean, or I'll be mean to you. Like, money, here's the issue I have with Orthodox Marxists. Let me explain it to you, and maybe this will explain a little more of how I think. There is a sort of communist approach, right? There is a communist approach that is built out of Orthodox Marxism that is, you know, viewing the entire structure from as Marx wrote it, right? With revisions, depending on what you feel necessary, right? When I ask how would an economy without currency look like, I understand the goals of communism to attain this and to get there, right? The roots, I have read Marx, is what I'm saying. Again, I want to make this clear. I have read the theory here that we're talking about. I feel like we sometimes, he explains it good there, but like, this is kind of what I mean, right? It is not how you interact with it, right? It's not how you interact with it as an individual, right? A proletarian interacting with it, right? Yes, I'm asking for the social, I want the details. I want you to tell me how this would look to the person that has no idea of how class conscious they are or not, but like, how would they interact with this money in reality, right? Like, how would they go from having a society with currency to not having currency, right? If that is the necessity to reach communism, right? How do we get there? Right? That's more so what I mean. I don't disbelieve that it can be done. I'm just curious as to why, right? A question would be, what is the roadmap of this transition in its basic form? Yeah. Sorry, I'm also ESL. So we're both doing the thing. Because I'll tell you what I think of for stuff like this. I tend to think of, say, I mean, I did use the World War I example of how they viewed it as it was going to be it would lead to the global revolution, right? Before they decided to take more of this socialism in one country approach, right? For a lot of people, even before you get to like currency, like when I think about this, I think of like Weimar Germany, right? Like from that period when like literally every day they would be looking in their bank accounts and then their wealth would be like changing basically before their eyes, right? Obviously, these are not the same conditions of it. But here is one reason why I pose this question to you. Let's say you abolish currency in your communist state. How do you do trade with other countries if there is no form of currency, right? If there is no established currency, does that mean you stick purely with a sort of isolated, socialist state system? And what does that really mean, right? Because when we begin to get into like currency, there is a lot to disentangle, right? As for my chatters here who are less familiar, basically like the communist states right now do have their own form of currency. However, they are still forced to still have the dollar, right? Because all the other states accept only the dollar, right? They only want things done in dollars, right? Yeah. What do your reserves look like? Like how does this look? Where does this look? This is why I look at primarily real like world examples of the implementation of these states, right? That's why I'm primarily looking at the historical dynamics and clashing against it, because that way, yes, sometimes these states do not come up and look the way that they are envisioned by theory, but even the theory itself sometimes does not even survive, right? The theory does not even like last long enough on its own to survive the existence of a state popping out of nowhere, right? Like it took the Paris Commune for a lot of these Marxists to change their perspective on the state and what it means, right? In the same way that the USSR sort of changed their own perspectives through their own experiences, right? It's kind of the goal of BRICS currency. It's not an admitted currency, but a separate accounting system to the USD system. Yeah. No, I understand. It's I mean, theirs is about weakening the dollar, but like, I mean, even that is kind of like, again, we got to get into politics, the politricks, right? So like, this is my problem typically with a lot of the very focused orthodox perspectives, is I am very much so a pragmatist about these things. That may, you may think of me as a revisionist or a anti, what's the word? Not revisionist, but what's like the old school, like anti-Leninist term? I mean, revisionist. I mean, revisionist works, right? Not Menshevik. I feel like there's a specific word, but it's probably just like Russian for it means probably stupid in Russian or something, You are a revisionist. Yes, in a lot of ways. I am a Cold War revisionist. The structure of commands and so on are irrelevant. I just want to change the aim of production, not more, not less. Right. But like when I say, for example, that I want the implementation of a dictatorship of the proletariat, like, what this means in terms of like the overall characteristics of the socialist movement, like, throughout history there always have been differences, and that's born out of their kind of conditions, right? That like inherently, I guess, like, I don't really know where to put this, I guess. I mean, functionally, you and I think the same way about this in terms of like the class structure of it. But like, this is where I kind of, this is how I think about it, is I do care a lot about the proletarian dictatorship, which is why I do the lecture reads on this. The instruments of how we get there are, like, again, I'm a Leninist, I'm a pragmatist about stuff like this, right? So I guess I just like, I don't really know what there is to say to that, because I feel as though we just had an ESL off, and now we've both centered ourselves on the same position, basically. So now that I'm more calm, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with your proposal. There's some practical hurdles, but I'm obviously I'm a communist, not opposed to currency abolition or currency abolition first mode. Like, this is how I think about it, right? Just as an example, like I said, I do kind of come from the Gramscian tree of this, right? So I tend to think a little more about the cultural internalization from individuals, right? You wanting, like, even this, it's the only option for a classless revolution, the abolition of currency. Right. But even in this, Lenin is not arguing that the USSR is the abolition of like a class society, right? It's that the state is a transitionary phase using the instruments of the state left over by the individuals involved, right? The old creators of the old institutions, like using that to get to that point. But like, again, like how I view these things tends to go in a Gramscian lens, which is like a cultural shift per, region by their circumstances and their history, right? Like for example, again, this is not like a scholarly analysis. When Lenin was alive, yeah, the instrumentation of the Russian Empire was pretty primitive. They didn't even have, like, it was barely a republic, basically. Like, it was two Republican instruments in a trench coat, basically. They were basically, like, they barely had a bourgeois revolution. Barely. It was not anywhere close to the structures that we have today, right? What is a classless revolution? I think they're saying that basically this reads a little more like the problem in the Soviet Union was that companies were forbidden from acting out of self-interest, yet they were still required to pursue the goal of increasing profits. How is an individual supposed to have an interest in producing more than they need if there's no competition? Functioning planned economy is only possible without money. This reminds me, it's because of money. Well, here's a question. One of the first things the USSR did when they implemented their revolution was they normalized the currency gain, right? They normalized the amount of currency a politician could gain from just being a politician across the board. Lenin was not even separate from this, right? So if this is true, how does that work, right? How, if there just swaps one usurper for another, how does that happen, right? They try to implement a moneyless economy for a short time period. Yeah. But this is even before they did that, right? Like we're talking like this is in the early phases of the USSR. Or well, it may be after. No, we're talking like literally like 1917, 1918. We're talking the formation of the USSR. We're talking the Lenin Constitution specifically. No. It's not war communism. That's after. The Stalin Constitution, or sorry, the Lenin Constitution is from the origins of the USSR to around 1924. I'm talking about the structure of the state, right? Not the economic model. But the reason why I highlighted the old, like the whole structure of it all, is because both the structure of the state was left over by the Russian Empire, right? Like that, essentially they were picking up the scraps off the floor and building shit out of it, right? No different from China, right? Same sort of thing in China. Maybe Vietnam.
I'm not as very well read on this topic. Has there ever been a communist revolution where the bourgeois was fully entrenched and in control before the communists took over, as opposed to the aristocracy? Fully entrenched. I mean, it depends on how you view it, right? China, no. China was like it again, like China and Russia were basically leaving serfdom, right? It was not literally serfdom, but like functionally it might as well have just been, right? Like an example is in Russia, you were not paying off your you were not owned by somebody else. You were paying the mortgage on land that you bought by getting your independence. Thus, you were in debt still, right? Like it's a lot of words to just say they were still essentially in the same position as before, but they were just paying it off, right? I guess Cuba, yeah, because like Cuba, I mean, Cuba even then was like just like a playground to America, right? Like in a lot of very gross ways. A lot of very, very gross ways. For something like America, no. Nothing like that has ever happened. In fact, again, the reason why I used the Lumpenproll earlier as a contrast to the Black Panthers is because the biggest momentum communism has had since like World War II in America, it was the Black Panthers, right? Like pretty much the Black Panthers to like Bernie Sanders is basically the shift, right? It's night and day, right? And we all know how the Black Panthers got dealt with, right? We all know. What if we did a law that made it so you don't get to carry your guns anymore, but we do? You know? Hold on. What is this emote? Look up. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. I like it. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean leftist radicals? What about the Martin Bailey, huh? I've honestly lost the thread I'm supposed to be following. We're literally doing deep dive nerd shit into the actual implementations of socialist theory in real world events. We've gotten to the point where we are now analyzing the first Lenin Constitution and the economic policies that come out of it. I just like are we really? I mean, a little bit, yeah. Hopefully our master degrees are all in the mail. Yeah. I want a master degree. And put a barbell on it. What is this? Kirkification of the Mona Lisa? It's on Wikipedia. This? Why is this on Wikipedia? Who did that? I find the nature of Twitch so inhospitable to this kind of discussion anyways. Maybe it's just me. I mean, I think that's fair because like I think usually how it turns out is like it's kind of just like it's 1 versus 100 usually, right? But what that one is depends on the day and the streamer. But I mean, I don't like that. And I've always tried to not have that kind of environment. Like, even when I played fighting games, that's how you know I'm a real fucking angel, dude. Like, if there's one thing I'm going to take some fucking credit for, it is staying fucking cool during that. Counting or not counting Bolshevik violence. It's like, imagine like an actual Nazi trying to engage with this stream. I mean, it's too much work. We've actually talked about this before. I'm too nerdy. This shit was like someone complaining about Happy Chaos coming back in the day. Not even, because I can tell at least this chatter, like, I mean, we are having, I think, difficulties communicating with each other because we're both ESL. But like, there's an imbalance in means of communication. Oh, for sure. I mean, like, typing versus talking is always hard. So what was Lenin's mistake about the state? It's just how it's viewed as a basically, I want to quote this chatter on this. Because Lenin didn't account for the Avengers movie wrote. Basically, just to kind of summarize it to be fast. Yes, like, the idea is that by having a revolution that maintains bourgeois elements, right? However that can be, but usually refers to like currency, right? How could you have a true socialist state or a true transitional socialist state if it still exhibits the bourgeois tendencies, is what I got from it. So the argument is that Lenin's definition of using the state as a proletarian machine is not necessarily what he's saying it is. But the thing is, like, again, for like, even if I think about this from the point of view of the lecture, it's not it's not even really worth bringing up, because again, for where the Russian Empire was at, they were not on the ball like everybody else on terms of bourgeois democracy. They carried a lot of their super entrenched aristocracy to so much. Like, they carried it so fucking much that even the state structure of how a republic or the origins of, like, it is basically 1800. It is like, what does the republic in 1830 look like? Now, that's Russia in 1910. Like, there was not really a developed state. There was a small-scale bourgeois revolution. We've talked about this. I made a video about it in 1905. Actually, we talked a little bit about it yesterday as well. That did lead to a small-scale bourgeois revolution in Russia. However, it was an extremely defanged kind of bourgeois revolution. Whereas a lot of these other bourgeois revolutions tended to have, like, you know, like constitutions that maintained its identity. Russia did not even have this, right? Russia did not even bother. So understand that even within 11 years, the structure that they're given to work with, they're like, I don't want to say it's impossible, but again, I want to remind you that Russia in even 1917, like that's 80 million people across all these lines, right? With like scraps of a state holding everything together. And even then, the state was not even all functioning, right? When I talk about an election, there was an election, but when it ran and how it ran, and if it ran at all, were dependent on the structures surrounding that region, right? So then you have cases where, like, 99% of Russia voted, but Central Asia, who, they still had a sizable population, they were not able to participate because their institutions were not there, right? So when I think about that, and I think about like how to implement these states, like I struggle to think about it without an example or a theoretical line that follows along it. Especially for something like the Bolshevik Revolution, right? Because like again, I want to remind you when the Bolshevik Revolution happens, they're still in World War One, right? They're not out of World War One yet. That's like one of the first things they're really doing once they're all set up. So this is why I say I tend to look at the history of things, because even in other countries that had, maybe they were a lot more united, they were a lot closer to each other, they were less fragmented, there were less like, different nationalities, different languages to consider, different religions to consider, whatever. Even at the same time, those states are not even reaching the same sort of voter percentages or those same sort of voter rights. And like I guess like it's hard for me to interact with it. It's hard for me to interact with it without seeing it. And I'm not saying I'm against it. I just need to see it. Right? I need to do a little bit of historical analysis here. That's a critique of the Soviet economy, but you have to translate it. Well, let me flip the chessboard on you. Let me flip the chessboard on you. I need to stop saying that. I say it as a joke. I'm doing the make an argument thing at you. I'm sorry. Basically, here's a quick example. A lot of the writings of that period are very firmly they firmly believe in the transition period of stages of development, right? Feudalism, capitalism, socialism. Russia, coming out of its serfdom, as we already talked about, let's say theoretically this is true, and they did interact and add capitalism as their structure, as a form of state capitalism, to go through the stages of capitalism. Isn't he tying himself to the orthodoxy of it all, if that's his conclusions for the time period? Obviously, we know better now, right? We've seen changes. But like this is how I think about these things that I clash with, right? If I think about how these things are talked about and how we address the theory of it, I always feel like there's either like some sort of historical analysis missing, or periods of the time that they're not on the same wavelength as, maybe theory develops within 50 years after Lenin dies, right? this is like where I tend to struggle with it, that there is a kind of contradiction around the I mean, I guess then at that point you're just saying Lenin is just bourgeois, right? Is that it? Wait, is this the theory? I'm sorry, I can't read German. I'm sorry, I can't read German. Although I can pose like I do. I can pose like I do. Can't you translate it? It's just usually if I translate it, they're not gonna. It probably won't do. It probably won't do it justice, right? Like if I do a auto translation of it, I'm gonna miss things, right? Oh, the translation's fine? Okay, don't worry then. Stalin, wer war das? Hold on. Let me. The Soviet Union, socialism as a world power. As long as socialism presents itself as being decent and bourgeois, as long as it appears to embody the idea of fair and harmonious coexistence, the modern democratic world accepts it to a certain extent. As the ideal of competition and violence, whose motto is the third basic bourgeois value, solidarity. It has even acquired the standing of an intellectual tradition, which may be quoted by bourgeois politicians fighting for political power as readily as the Christian faith may. The ideal of a better world in which all hardships of capitalism, which a moral mind perceives, have been abolished, are a firm part of the repertoire of bourgeois politics. The second part is about the economy. This is it starting from this or playing with levers? On the political economy of the formerly existing socialism. Okay. The idea of setting up socialism came to the founders of the Eastern Bloc states due to their criticism of capitalism. The question of the extent to which this criticism coincides with that of Marx and of where it does not can be answered by studying each department. It is then equally apparent to who is right as far as the differences are concerned, but not from appointing the older critic the incontestable authority, but from examining the arguments. Anyone who would like to save both parties as appeals to authority can consider their quite opposite findings on capital and wage labor, money and credit, the state, foreign trade, etc., compatible. He only needs to resort to a few mistaken ideas about the concepts general, concrete, historical situation. He then has a few instances which meet his need for tradition. Today, decades later, the leaders of the still existing socialism still cite Marx and the others, and they still criticize capitalism, but now they like to do so by comparing it with their own system. Quote, for the first time in history, the state has acquired the possibility of organizing and steering the development of the economy on the level of the entire society. The bourgeois state can never rise to planning and directing production for society as a whole. Even in wartime, when state monopoly capitalism reaches its highest level, it is not possible to direct the overall production according to a plan because of private interest, which is based on private property, i.e. the interest in profit remains the supreme law. This comparison not only attributes to capitalism a deficiency which its state obviously does not consider one at all. After all, it uses its power to make sure that private property remains the, quote, supreme law, and political rule, quote, lives so well as the guarantee of the free market economy and from its success that it praises its systems of the skies and tries to tear down all barriers abroad for its system. However, the possibility of organizing and directing becomes an advantage when the relationship between the economy and the state, as is customary in capitalism, is taken to be a restriction on political power, no matter how relentlessly this power enforces the standards of capital. Strangely enough, socialists who must have noticed that these, quote, powerless instances can only be removed from office by struggle, are perfectly at home with bourgeois abstractions which can't be beat. They do not just praise socialism on the fine grounds that the state has more to say in its society than the bourgeois class state. The authority of the public power is sufficient with regard to production, the economy, and therefore be a blessing. In view of such compliments, even people who are reticent about referring to the classics cannot go without citing Marx, for he was interested in overcoming a system of production based on the exploitation of a class of people, which is guaranteed and taken care of by a state which matches it. And he did not imagine that this system could be overcome by granting the state more competence for, quote, developing the economy. By contrast, when today's adherents to the existing socialism setting up their comparisons of the systems, they justify the abolition of private property in a very peculiar way. Quote, it is not only historically necessary from the point of view of the development of the productive resources, it is also legal. It is of very little interest whether this good reason for the socialist revolution is actually confirmed by document. It suffices to interpret capitalism as being a great conflict between the system of production and the productive resources, and to treat crises, stagnation, and decay as its intolerable drawbacks. In this way, capital, which develops the productive resources without consideration of workers and nature, is accused of nothing less than failing to take care of and increase the productive resources, and it is in this area that socialism is certified to be fundamentally superior. This is due to the fact that all in socialism, the state can finally comply with its calling without obstruction. It determines the production and distribution of wealth, and in order to increase this wealth, it uses all the levers at its disposal. The new node of production, which it thereby establishes, borrows the names of its levers from capitalism, but the levers themselves are economic categories of a new type. I mean, again, you know my rules. I'm not a leftist infighter. I'm a bourgeois overthrower, you know? The BO. The big BO, you may call me. As in all other societies as well, wealth presents itself in the existing socialism in the fair form of use values. It consists of products of labor which satisfy the needs of consumption or production depending on their properties. Pardon me. That this simple and pleasing state of affairs is not the whole story is revealed by the price which things also have. Are they supposed to be scare quotes if they're not block quotes / italic? Probably. The socialist state, which directs the production and distribution of wealth, determines the prices of commodities. In this way, it dictates relations of exchange between the various types of commodities which it considers useful and fair. A. The state becomes active in the field of justice because it wants to be the agent directing the economy in order to give the working class the rights it is deprived of and as a means for capital. The socialist state is not willing to allow those who produce wealth to go without the necessities of life because of a market which is determined by the possession of money and the efficient price setting of those who have something to sell. The state is an enemy of the private power of money, which characterizes the world of private property. It advocates guaranteed subsistence for the working population, whose wages it decides on just as it decides on how affordable the articles of use which they need. B. In view of this practice, it is strange that the state considers it useful at all to give price form to the results of the production organized under its rule. The state directors set a market going in order to plan it. They are aware of the restriction of price places on people's freedom to make use of the values. They are acquainted with the conflict of interest which inevitably exists between buyers and sellers. The need for use value conflicts with the need to accumulate a maximum of money, the equivalent of every kind of wealth, and they still choose to make use values subordinate to their exchange values. However, they add the condition that the exchange of a commodity for money must correspond to the distribution results desired by the state. Insofar as the socialist state sets up a market without competition, no one is allowed to change the prices as his own economic means, at the same time subjecting everything to the criterion of money which it establishes. It monopolizes the power of money. This sounds like a critique of democratic socialism, which is practically interchangeable with the common definition used now. Yeah. Well, one of my least favorite things about discussing Marxism in general is it's a bunch of people with, in the same way, it's scraps of like historical and theory-based like analysis that I feel like sometimes we have these contradictory analyses, I guess, that clashes against a historical example. But like also I feel like what is going on, I I feel like usually arguing about things like this is truly just boiled down to looking at random specific points of history, tying something to it, and going along with from there on. I mean, that is the analysis of history in general. But I feel like in Marxism, there's a very fantastic, kind of fascinating dynamic where there's like these subdivisions in subdivisions of people arguing the merit of theory, of also arguing the merit of historical consistency and conditions. Like it's weird to me that it's very weird to me that arguing the structure of Leninism in general and the structures of the state end up kind of becoming like a lot of this is not, especially for when this is written. Yes, it's July/August 1985. Like at this point, there is validity to this kind of thought process, right? There is a genuine validity. This is post-Brezhnev doctrine, right? This is when, you know, a lot of unrest in the USSR is very prevalent, and, you know, this is post-Afghanistan, right? This is not applicable to like the rise of the USSR in general, right? But even then, this reminds me of when I had that discussion with Orestes about the like what connotates the Soviet Union as genuinely socialist against, say, like being social imperialist. And the example that they gave me in the pamphlet that I read was essentially pointing to the change in Comintern policy in the mid-20s and the shift towards like a popular front structure as opposed to the, you know, when they thought fascism was a revolutionary ideology. What I always struggle with is, I mean, I guess this is the feature of Marxism, right? That you are doing historical analysis and you're picking what you think is worthwhile from these previous experiments and going from there. But I always find the fixation on the USSR sort of interesting because there are a lot of arguments against it that do kind of border on like essentially calling Lenin an opportunist or bourgeois. But again, like if I think about the real world situation on the ground, then like I don't know how you live up to the lofty ideals in the moment. Is it not even worth having a revolution like that? If he did like immediately back down from the whole of the proletariat should be armed. I mean, There's a lot of things he backs down on. And in fact, what is it? Lenin makes a really to engage this, I feel like we need to start getting into what is that Lenin document he made after What Is to Be Done? That's like it's him recognizing it, right? I forgot what he makes something after that explains his thought process. Or no, sorry, I am talking about State and Revolution, but he makes one after when he's implementing the theory. I wish I could remember the name of it. Let me find it real quick. Maybe it's 1919? No, it's not that. What is this? What is this? High cortisol sub 5 Lenin cells, moral and yap maxing. Average ruthless criticism enjoyer. Lenin cell? Is that really what we're calling it now? Lenin cell? Yes. Well, I like this. I probably won't be reading that, but I like it. Lenin cell left slop. I like left slop. I do like Lenin cell, but Lenin cell makes me feel like I want more. You just read Ruthless Criticism. I did, but now that I watched the video where they called me Lenin cell, I'll be taking my business elsewhere like a petty bourgeois soldier. But again, I don't know what the I don't really know. I don't know. Maybe I take that back. Let me go back and see. Wait, this is the wrong one. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. It's not my analysis. Not quite my analysis. You know? No, not quite my tempo. Landlords when the Mao sells. First the Bordigas, now this. Who's the next person to appear in chat? I have had actually quite a few Bordigas in my community, which I actually find a little shocking because I do talk about Gramsci a lot. And number one punching bag for Gramsci was Bordiga, basically. Like a lot of the shit he like says during the time period is like, why are you being a defeatist, Bordiga? You're a freak. No, I think no, Orestes is a Bordigist. But there are more than just them for Bordigists. But I mean, what Ulf, is that Ulf? I hope I pronounced that correctly. What would you identify as for short term? You're not an ultra left. You're not a Leninist. You're not a trot. What would you identify as? I wanna add you to the list. Human. They are human. Standpunktler. I don't know what I'm sorry. I'm Finnish. You can't be saying Germanic words at me. That does spike my cortisol. A GSI. Hold on. How about I'll look at Wikipedia and I'll let. They're a German Marxist. Here, let me check Wikipedia. Sounds like a gang affiliation. No. Maybe the Nerd Gang. Oh, I do know. I think I do understand. Oh. You said Karl Held. You never read English Gestandpunkt? No. In English? Not me. Wait. Is just out of curiosity. I don't want to make this sound like suspicious. Is Rosa Luxemburg's introduction to the economics? You guys fuck with that? Psychology of the Civil Individual. I'd probably like that. I'll check that one out. Different opinions on the Falklands War. Different opinions on Poland. I don't need to know that one. Sorry. Deviating opinions on retrofitting. The West wants war. Results, society. Yeah. War and peace. Political economy of world peace. GDR broken. Germany whole. Reckoning with real socialism and imperialism. A German nation. The connection. A reckoning with new nation and its nationalism. From the reform of real socialism to the destruction of the Soviet Union. Marxist group. Germany. That's true. The Marxist group. I mean, it's kind of cool that it's just the Marxist group. The program of the MG, I mean, this shit doesn't, who cares? Critique of Leninism. Communism. Yeah, I have not, I mean, I'll be honest. I am familiar with the German student movement in the 1960s. I did fuck with who's the guy that he's very well known and associated with the German student movement in West Germany, and he gets like shot, and he can't like participate in political life anymore. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Rudy, yes, thank you, Rudy. I am familiar with Rudy, but I'm not familiar with a lot of the other ones. Carl Held hated him. Really? You may not like me. He said he is a moralistic idiot. A moralistic idiot. Well, I'll just say I respect the Marxist group. I'm going to stay in my Marxist-Leninist group over here. I completely forgot where we were. There's even a huge Twitch German streamer. Oh, for Marxist theory, what's their name? Dick Haldent. I mean, I'll be honest, that makes me happy to hear, because, like, again, I am more interested in the revolutionary implementation of these theories and how they work in the real world, because I want to feel the changes, right? However we get there, I mean, I'm ready for it. That's all I'll say. Where is it? Now let's continue. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I appreciate you sharing your perspective, because I haven't heard of this organization, and I do want to read some of these Carl Held works. And thank you for doing this when you're, I know you said you're practicing your academic English, but from one ESL to another, I know it's not easy. So I appreciate your time. Kautsky has rendered Martov a backhanded service by developing his mistake into a glaring absurdity. Indeed, look at what Kautsky's argument remounts to. The Soviets embrace all wage workers. The old methods of economic and political struggle of the proletariat are inadequate against finance capital. The Soviets have a great role to play in the future, and not only in Russia. They will play a decisive role in great decisive battles between capital and labor in Europe. That is what Kautsky says. Excellent. But won't the decisive battles between capital and labor decide which of the two classes will assume state power? Nothing of the kind. Heaven forbid. The Soviets, which embrace all the wage workers, must not become state organizations in the decisive battles. But what is the state? The state is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by another. Thus, the oppressed class, the vanguard of all the working and exploited peoples in modern society, must strive towards the, quote, decisive battles between capital and labor, but must not touch the machine by means of which capital suppresses labor. It must not break up that machine. It must not make use of its all-embracing organization for suppressing the exploiters. Excellent, Mr. Kautsky. Magnificent. We recognize the class struggle in the same way as all liberals recognize it, i.e., without the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. This is where Kautsky's complete rupture with both Marxism and with socialism becomes obvious. Actually, it is desertion to the camp of the bourgeoisie, who are prepared to concede everything except the transformation of the organizations of the class which they oppress into state organizations. Pardon me. Kautsky can no longer save his position of trying to reconcile everything and of getting away from profound contradictions with mere phrases. Kautsky either rejects the assumption of state power by the working class altogether, or he concedes that the working class may take over the old bourgeois state machine. But he will by no means concede that it must break it up, smash it, and replace it by a new proletarian machine. Whichever way Kautsky's arguments are interpreted or explained, his rupture with Marxism and his desertion to the bourgeoisie are obvious. Back in the Communist Manifesto, describing what sort of state the victorious working class needs, Marx wrote, quote, "The state, i.e. the proletariat, organized as the ruling class," end quote. Now we have a man who claims still to be a Marxist coming forward and declaring that the proletariat, fully organized and waging the decisive battle against capital, must not transform its class organization into a state organization. Here, Kautsky has betrayed that superstitious belief in the state, which in Germany, as Engels wrote in 1891, quote, has carried over into the general thinking of the bourgeoisie and of many workers, end quote. Workers fight. Our Philistine agrees to this, in parentheses, as every bourgeois agrees, since the workers are fighting all the same, and the only thing to do is to devise means of blunting the edge of their sword, in parentheses. Fight, but don't dare win. Don't destroy the state machine of the bourgeoisie. Don't replace the bourgeois, quote, state organization by the proletarian, quote, state organization. Whoever sincerely shared the Marxist view that the state is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by another, and who hasn't at all reflected upon this truth, could never have reached the absurd conclusion that the proletariat organizations capable of defeating finance capital must not transform themselves into state organizations. It was this point that betrayed the petty bourgeois, who believes that, after all is said and done, the state is something outside classes or above classes. Indeed, why should the proletariat, one class, be permitted to wage unrelenting war on capital, which rules not only over the proletariat, but over the whole people, over the whole petty bourgeoisie, over all the peasants? Yet this proletariat, this one class, is not to be permitted to transform its organization into a state organization, because the petty bourgeois is afraid of the class struggle and does not carry it to its logical conclusion, to its main subject. Kautsky has got himself completely mixed up and given himself away entirely. Mark you, he himself admits that Europe is heading for decisive battles between capital and labor, and that the old methods of economic and political struggle of the proletariat are inadequate. But these old methods were precisely the utilization of bourgeois democracy. Therefore follows. But Kautsky is afraid to think of what follows. Ellipses. It therefore follows only that a reactionary, an enemy of the working class, a henchman of the bourgeoisie, can now turn his face to the obsolete past, paint the charms of bourgeois democracy, and babble about pure democracy. Bourgeois democracy was progressive compared to medievalism, and it had to be utilized. But now, it is not sufficient for the working class. Now we must look forward instead of backward, to replacing the bourgeois democracy by proletarian democracy. And while the preparatory work for the proletarian revolution, the formation and training of the proletarian army were possible and necessary within the framework of the bourgeois democratic state, now that we have reached the stage of decisive battles, to confine the proletariat to this framework means betraying the cause of the proletariat, means being a renegade. Who made the song Renegade? Is that Styx? Kautsky has made himself particularly ridiculous by repeating Martov's argument without noticing that in Martov's case, this argument was based on another argument which he, Kautsky, does not use. Martov said, and Kautsky repeats after him, that Russia is not yet ripe for socialism, from which it logically follows that it's too early to transform the Soviets from organs of struggle into state organizations. Read, it is timely to transform the Soviets, with assistance of the Menshevik leaders, into instruments for subjecting the workers to the imperialist bourgeoisie. Kautsky, however, cannot say outright that Europe is not ripe for socialism. In 1909, when he was not a renegade, when he was not yet a renegade, he wrote that there was no reason to fear a premature revolution, that whoever had renounced revolution for fear of defeat would have been a traitor. Kautsky does not dare renounce this outright, and so we get an absurdity, which completely reveals the stupidity and cowardice of the petty bourgeois. On the one hand, Europe is ripe for socialism and is heading towards decisive battles between capital and labor. But on the other hand, the combat organization, i.e., the organization which arises, grows, and gains strength in combat, the organization of the proletariat, the vanguard, and the organizer, the leader of the oppressed, must not be transformed into a state organization. What does it mean to transform a state into class, class into state? This is mostly referring to the fact that, like, again, the whole purpose of the dictator, I know this is, again, we've kind of fallen off track here, but this is referring to the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Contrasting against the pure democracy that Kautsky is kind of looking at, right? It is the optics, to be very literal and brief about it. When Lenin is discussing implementing the dictatorship of the proletariat, he is essentially saying, by putting all these socialist, or essentially all these proletarian individuals into the administration, it would be a state run by the proletarians, hence dictatorship of the proletariat, right? It's essentially the process of beginning the withering away of the state that is guaranteed, like, is the end game of communism, right? That is the whole idea. Where is it? Here we go. From the point of view of practical politics, the idea that the Soviets are necessary as a combat organization, or necessary as combat organizations, but must not be transformed into state organizations, is infinitely more absurd than from the point of view of theory. Even in peacetime, when there is no revolutionary situation, the mass struggle of the workers against the capitalists, for instance, the mass strike, gives rise to great bitterness on both sides, to fierce passions in the struggle, and the bourgeoisie constantly insisting that they remain, and mean to remain, masters in their own house, etc. In times of revolution, when political life reaches boiling point, an organization like the Soviets, which embraces all the workers and all branches of industry, all the soldiers, and all the working and poor sections of the rural population, such an organization, of its own accord, with the development of the struggle, by the simple logic of attack and defense, comes inevitably to pose the question point blank. The attempt to take up a middle position and to reconcile the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is sheer stupidity and doomed to miserable failure. That is what happened in Russia to the preachings of Martov and other Mensheviks, and that will inevitably happen in Germany and other countries if the Soviets succeed in developing on any wide scale, manage to unite and strengthen. To say to the Soviets, fight, but don't take all the state power into your hands, don't become state organizations, is tantamount to preaching class collaboration and social peace between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It is ridiculous even to think that such a position in the midst of fierce struggle could lead to anything but ignominious failure. But it is Kautsky's everlasting fate to sit between two stools. He pretends to disagree with the opportunists on everything in theory, but in practice he agrees with them on everything essential, i.e., on everything pertaining to revolutions. I know that was a little winded, but you know what? Tomorrow, we'll be able to tackle the Constituent Assembly in the Soviet Republic. But did he call Kautsky a cuck? Kind of, yes. In a way. He called him a theory cuck, I guess. A cuck to the theory. So, I mean, I feel like I already did engage with like a lot of the historical relevancy to this. Just off the top of my head here. But essentially understand that this is in direct contrast, or it's leading up to kind of the key parts of this pamphlet, which is leading into the Constituent Assembly and the implementation of Lenin's, theory. I mean, it's not Lenin's theory, but it's Marx and Engels. Again, it's the Paris Commune, right? We gotta really engage with that. Did Marx just make fun of guys like Lenin is doing? Like, did he just call Max Stirner an idiot? No. He had moments of he had his diva moments, but Lenin is the top dog, the big dog when it comes to the random cunty replies. Yeah, the bog dog. I was gonna play Road, what is it called? Road to 96, but god damn, am I not in the mood for Road to 96 now. So, I mean, it's been 4.5 hours. Maybe we'll just call it here for today. I'm sorry if you wanted to see that game. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm tired. I deserve a break. It's no, I'm done with Pokemon Smash or Pass. I'm not doing that. Just white knuckle up. I may have to soon. They keep having updates. Every week they do a white knuckle update that's like 50 MB and then they never release patch notes. So I don't even know what's going on anymore. It's sad. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out. I had a lot of fun. Glad we got to learn about Domino's pizza loans. That was fantastic. Your essay on what you learned this stream is due tomorrow. I'm out. I'm good. I'm gonna send you guys over to I'm not gonna send you guys over the chickens because they're loud. How about I'm gonna send you guys over to Sean_vids. How about that? The skull guy from YouTube, How about I'll send you over there? I won't release you on the chickens. You can nap in peace here. Have a wonderful night. Stay safe. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking with me, Wolf. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow, same time as always. Peace out.